Everybody's submitting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We're going to start with open with prayer. We're going to recognize Pastor C.J. Bolton with the Liberal Trinity Church of God in Christ.
As we pray, dear gracious Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for allowing us to come into your presence this day. We thank you for the activity of the limbs that you have given us and the strength that you have loaned us for this day's journey. Thank you again for the safe travels to arrive here safe and sound. But more than anything, we thank you for the leadership of this meeting that we have today. Thank you for Commissioners Brown and Stamps and Carr and all of these that have gathered. We pray your blessings upon this meeting and all that is done to the glory of thy name. Thank you for the ability that you have given us to become better stewards of the resources of solar, wind, and water in the name of Jesus. And as always, we will look to you for our wisdom and our guidance, that everything that we do will be done to the glory of thy name. And when you do these things, we will never forget to give your name the glory, the honor, and all the praise. And it is in the faith that we have in the risen Christ. We say thank God. Amen.
Amen. We'll now say the pledge, if you'll join me. Attention, salute, pledge. Thank you all for coming out. I'd like to welcome everybody. This is first of a series of summits that we're having as a commission. We're all three new, so we're all trying to catch up and learn as we're going. And I know there's a lot of pressing questions in the community and among the citizens of Mississippi based around how we deliver water, which we covered a couple weeks ago, and then today, renewable energies, how they impact us individually and how they impact our overall grid and state. This is, again, a fact-finding mission, and so I think all three of us agree that we're an all-the-above approach with a focus on reliability and affordability. Every dollar that we take out of the constituents' pockets is one less dollar that you have to spend on the necessities in life. So we always look through, or personally I look through it through those lens, through that lens, how does it impact the ratepayers and the individuals of the state of Mississippi? I first got kind of a background on this when I'm in the RV industry, and so we make overland campers or vehicles used for dispersed camping. So you want to try to keep people off-grid or exist off-grid as long as you can. So we deployed lithium, solar, and diesel-fired generation for the hot water and the heater. What we found really quickly is how much energy it takes to run air conditioners and other things that we use every day. So a tremendous amount of space for solar, tremendous amount of lithium for batteries. There are limitations, but what are they in the major grid? I know the small RVs is a small microcosm of a small house, and then you go on a bigger scale with your home that you live in, and then a macro scale trying to power the whole grid, this building and other, and especially heavy industry. So that kind of led us to have these to try to understand what are the limitations, what can we do, what can't we do, what's too much, what's not enough. So that's kind of my opening remarks, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Stamps and Commissioner Carr if they have any opening remarks.
Well, first, I'd like to thank everyone for coming. My focus today is to get us zeroed in on where we're going. I know some people are pro-solar, some people are anti-solar, and some people are mixed in the middle. So let's just have an open discussion about how we can develop policy to move the whole industry forward and encompass everyone's thoughts and opinions. So I won't be opining on any specific case. I know some people here are supporting or opposing different specific cases. The reason I'm not going to opine on a specific case because I don't want to seem prejudgmental before the case gets presented to the board. So, thanks a lot, Commissioner Carr.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Again, thank y'all for coming. And as the pastor said, we're thankful for safe travel. The focus here today is, like they said, is for information for us because we're new at this. I agree with Commissioner Brown and Stamps in that area. We hear a lot of opinions out there, both pro and con. We understand that. And like I said, it's everything on the table. And also want us to be respectful to each other as we move forward in this, that we each have an opinion. And sometimes we have two, like elbows. We have two of them. And but also I'd like for us to focus and just draw back for a second and think about our citizens that are on fixed incomes. They're dealing with this, and that's one of our big concerns. You know, I hear the stories, I read the stories where people are, you know, they're having to pick and choose now of what they're doing with their financial funds. Our state is, you know, it's not financially in the best shape as far as our citizens. We rank at the bottom, but our rates are at the top. You know, we're in the top 10 as far as our rates. And it's very important for me and the other two commissioners that we focus on that, trying to bring the most reliable and affordable rates to our citizens. One thing that I would like to touch on too is as we go out, and I would challenge our energy companies to look at being a little better PR with helping our people manage their utilities. And I would also challenge each one of us to kind of manage our thermostats nowadays, that we don't put a big strain on the grid, because there is a strain. We're running right there close to the top of our capacity, not just in Mississippi, but throughout our country. And like I say, let's be respectful to each other today.
Thank you, Commissioner Carr, Commissioner Stamps. We'll jump right in. We're going to start right on schedule. Good. Our first presenter is Allison Little, Renewable Energy Program Manager with the Mississippi Power Company. You're on the hot seat. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you.
Can y'all hear me? Okay, great. Is the right button forward?
Yes, right
Yes.
button's forward.
Okay, perfect. So good morning. I am going to spend a few minutes this morning going over and giving an overview of where we are in terms of solar on our system. So I thought it would be a good place to start with where we are in terms of solar renewable capacity. So as you can see, we have a little over 320 megawatts or so of solar capacity on our system. 158 megawatts of that are solar PPAs. So those are energy purchase contracts that we entered into and negotiated with third parties. And then we have 157 megawatts of solar QF facilities. And so that 157 megawatts is actually made up of two facilities. One of those facilities came on in earlier this year, and the other one is scheduled to come on later this year in fourth quarter. And those facilities are QF, so those are PURPA must-take contracts, and we pay for the energy from those facilities at our avoided cost rate. The 1.5 megawatts you see is it says Solar Plus BES. That is our company-owned facility. It's our Walnut Grove demonstration project, and I'm going to provide a little more information about that later on in the presentation. The 6.3 megawatts you see is behind the meter solar, and what that represents is we have, that's customer-sited, customer-owned facilities behind the meter, and that number represents the folks that are on our either net metered rate or our CSPP rate. And this slide drills down into that 158 megawatts of PPA facilities that we have. And you can see there's 4 of them. 3 of the 4 reached commercial operation in 2017, so they've been operating since then. The 4th one came on in February of 2020. And those facilities are all 25-year energy purchase contracts. And you can see of them, 3 of them are in the 50 megawatt range. One is just a smaller installation in Gulfport. And I did want to take some time to talk about our Walnut Grove demonstration project. So like I said, it's a 1.5 megawatt capacity solar plus storage facility. But it also has microgrid capability. So it can island, which in this instance means if there were to be a transmission outage, we could support the town of Walnut Grove with this facility. It is, although it's 1.5 megawatts of solar AC capacity, it has a little over 2.5 megawatts of solar DC capacity. And that's because it is DC connected to a battery energy storage system, and that battery is 5.14 megawatt hours of battery storage. And so we've overbuilt it with the intent of being able to just charge the storage from the solar. And there's the reason we built this facility is to kind of better understand the solar plus storage technology, optimization of those technologies, and then integration of them into our system. And there's 3 areas that we're focused on. The first of which that I have listed here is bifacial PV performance. And so we have actually broken down portions of the facility into test blocks, or what we call test blocks, so that we can better understand how bifacial panels perform. Do they perform better given different circumstances? And so as you can see in the picture, there's a white box and a black box. Those are actually ground covers. And so one of the things we're looking at is, does the ground cover change how much production or increase the production or diminish the production from those bifacial modules? And we also have panels in different configurations, so in portrait and landscape, so that just means the panels are turned in different directions. Most of these are 1 in portrait, so 1 panel on a tracker bar that rotates. We do have a section that's 2 in landscape, so you have 2 panels on either side of the tracker bar. We are also looking at different module types. So we have monofacial, so you're comparing the production of a monofacial with a bifacial panel, and then some module level power electronics just to see if those increase production. So there is a focus there in trying to better understand how well bifacial produces or how much more you can actually get out of them versus kind of what's being said. The other thing we're looking at is what I mentioned, that DC connected solar plus storage. So typically with the PV plant, you're overbuilding maybe like 1.2, 1.3 is your DC to AC ratio. At this facility, we're closer to 2, and that's because we're trying to see how well the storage does with energy clipping capture, so that we're making sure, or we're seeing how much we're getting out of the solar into the battery and how we can optimize that and the cost-benefit ratio of that overbuild with the DC connected storage. And then the last one is that microgrid non-wires alternative. So as I mentioned, this facility can island the town of Walnut Grove. And so we're really trying to see how feasible is it for a facility like this that's 100% renewable with no other kind of generation. How well does it and how reliable is it to provide this kind of non-wires functionality? And just a side note background, we filed this project in 2020. It was approved in April of 21, and it went commercial in July of 23. And so moving kind of towards the future, like what are we looking at in terms of solar development? We issued an RFP in June of 23, and that RFP was originally looking for 200 megawatts of solar capacity. And the intent of that was to pair the resources, the solar resources we would get from that RFP with a subscription program. So we had customers interested, asking for more renewables. You know, they have goals, and so in an effort to try to help our customers meet those goals, we are looking at pairing the solar resources from the RFP with a subscription program. The program is voluntary. But participants in the program would pay for solar through a subscription fee, and so that subscription fee would cover the cost of the solar, and then in turn they would receive an energy credit and in a form of avoided cost. And so from that process, we did sign 2 PPA contracts. One's 200 megawatts, the other's 170. Now those PPAs, are contingent on customer subscription as well as PSC approval. And so where we're at in that process, on this timeline, you can see that we got the pricing or got the PPAs. We have finalized those PPA contracts, and we are working towards, now that we have those finalized contracts and finalized pricing, going back to our customers to finalize those commitments from them. Assuming we can get the customer commitment that they're willing to subscribe at the price that the PPAs are at, then we would, once we get that subscription filled, we would bring that to the commission for their approval. And so our timeline is saying that hopefully it'll be in the first or second quarter of next year that we would do that. And those facilities that are part of that process, or the 2 facilities we signed, those facilities would go commercial, assuming that we move forward in 2029. And that's all I have, if there's any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Commissioners?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's the footprint acreage-wise for this facility?
For Walnut Grove?
Yes, ma'am.
16 acres. 16.
Commissioner Carr, any questions? We're going to kind of abbreviate the meetings. Are you willing to take a few questions?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can take a few questions.
We'll have to cut them off as we get to time, but the first question on the front row. Hey, Will.
Yeah, Asset Engineering was the EPC, and they're a Mississippi company.
That's the repeated question.
Can you repeat your question, please? Turn on.
The question was, who was the EPC contractor, and were they a Mississippi-based company? And her response was, it was Asset Engineering to the EPC, and they are a Mississippi-based company.
Okay. Thank you for, any other questions for Ms. Little at this point?
Yes, good morning, everybody. What was the result of your investigation on the microgrid situation testing? And also, what was the result of the bifacial versus the regular solar panels?
So the facility just went commercial in July of last year. So we're working with EPRI. We have a partnership with them. And so that research time period is about a 2 to 3 year time period. So we're kind of in the middle of it right now. But once we get those results, we'll provide them to the commission as part of that process.
Any other questions? Before we recognize you again, we'll see if there's anybody else. Anybody else? Any other questions? Gentleman on the end.
This is more of a question for, I guess, the commissioners than you. So it's my understanding, based on that you guys approve or not approve the actual project, but from there is where you're losing control of actually what's being, I guess, the electricity being produced and grid going into the grid. Am I correct is that correct?
We give a certificate of convenience, and then, I don't know if Ross is in the, Ross, you in the room? Correct me if I'm wrong, we give the certificate of convenience, and then, it kind of goes, we really don't follow it after that, do we, Ross?
Yeah, can you repeat your question? I didn't fully understand it.
So these projects, and then we were talking about a future project that, yeah, I think Q1 or 2 of 25, it said that it said the commission would be approving for not approving. So currently you have the power, or you are the governing body to approve a solar farm, or whatever we want to call it, the solar project. Once it's approved, do you have the power like you do with natural gas or oil or, nuclear, to control the energy from there? Is my question. Because if not, I think that's where we were talking an open discussion
Sure.
for legislature
That's-
procedures. Is that where you lose control right now?
We still have control if it's utility scale, if it's owned by the utilities. If it's privately owned, Ross, my understanding is, once we provide the certificate of convenience, there's not a lot of oversight.
I mean, yeah, this on? No? Yes? Okay. So a couple things. It kind of depends on the type of facility, who owns it. If it's like Entergy on Sunflower, the commission's going to have, within its IRP, there's going to be provisions and more oversight on that. Any facility that's selling into the MISO market, a PERPA QF, obviously that's going to be a wholesale contract between the developer, Mississippi Power, or MISO, TVA, cooperative. Once we issue a certificate, there's still oversight. If it changes hands, we get notice of a FERC form 556, I believe, that it's changed, but, there's still oversight, but it kind of just depends on the type of the facility, if that answers your question.
But each subsequent transfer is not approved by the commission.
Correct.
Right. That may be the answer the question.
No, so if it's a facility that's by a utility, they would have to file like a sale and transfer, but because it's not a public utility, the commission doesn't have to approve a sale and transfer of the facility, but we are notified by the FERC if it changes hands. And if you wanted to talk more, I can, it's kind of a loaded question.
I know we have a few legislators in the room. Will you stand up, legislators? Good to have you with us. So I appreciate your engagement and enjoyed serving with you too. So it's good to see you again. I know Commissioner Stamps and I. It's good to see familiar faces in the audience. So, any other gentlemen on the front again? Follow-up question.
Two questions. The 200 megawatt and 170 megawatt under PPA 1 and PPA 2 respectively, these are at utility scale?
They are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going back to Walnut Grove, you said that Walnut Grove is a 1.5 megawatt AC, and that was a Mississippi Power Company pilot project. It's a microgrid. Does MPC have other microgrids on the horizon similar to Walnut Grove that's going to be built in the next, say, 1 to 7 years?
Not at this time, no.
Is there a reason why?
We want to see, what, the point is understanding what it looks like with Walnut Grove and understanding the outcome from it. So before we go proceed with anything else, we wanted to see what it's doing.
When Walnut Grove was constructed, it is an unmanned facility.
That's correct.
How's that going?
It's good. We have cameras. We do have security. It's a locked fence, and so we haven't had any issues.
Ms. Little, in a situation like on that one, just follow-up question to that. And in a facility like that, how many? It's unmanned, but how many? I guess how many people does it take to maintain it, and what's the staffing after it's built? Just for a 12-month period, I guess.
So we have. It would depend on if we were internally doing all of the O&M and maintenance versus contracting that out. So we contract out the O&M. We do have folks on our site or internal to the company and on our team that are, since it went commercial, there's a lot of safety, lockout, tag out, operational procedures, things that we have to get in place. So there is somebody that is working on it, maybe 30, 40% of their time, till we get to a point that it's, we get past that. But in terms of maintenance, we're contracting that out, so we don't have resources dedicated to that.
And it's not a trick question, you may not. What is general maintenance on a solar project like that? I know that, are these the tracking panels? So obviously motors and things like that.
Yeah, so there's a tracking system. So there's, monthly, every 6 months, annual PMs that vary in what all is involved in those PMs. But there are like torquing of panel, the frames that hold the panels on. There's making sure the tracker motors aren't not working or working incorrectly. Filter changes on the battery storage system in terms of like the AC units that run it. So those types of things.
Are you testing any different kind of solar panels? I know there's a lot of different ones right now, but finding some work better than others, or are you tracking that with that experimental project that you have?
Because we're trying to understand how well, how much these different ground covers and panel arrangements and all of that, how much of a performance difference they made, it was important for us to have the same panel type. So we have all of the same manufacturer. There is the one block that's monofacial, but they were still manufactured by the same company.
And when you talk about ground cover, you're talking about just growth
Oh, yeah.
bushes or something under the panels or around them?
Yeah, so in that picture, when you saw like the black box and the white box, it's basically like industrial strength, like the weed control matting you would put, but it's really thick. And so we put that down, so we're looking at what the performance looks like on the panels that are, on top of the white background, the black background compared to the grass.
Thank you. Got one follow-up question.
Really, just to kind of bounce off Commissioner Brown's question there. Do you know right now the longevity of a panel? And it's my understanding, based on the chemicals that are in those panels, that if they have to be upgraded or if they're destroyed by hail or whatever happens, they cannot go to a normal landfill nor like a construction landfill. So I guess two questions. How long do they last? How quickly will the technology get ahead of them to where you have to change them out? And number three, what do you do with them once they're broken or out of date?
So the panels themselves, unless we have spares, so unless there were a bunch that were out, we wouldn't have to just wholesale change the panel type. And even if, panel technology is constantly changing, panels are getting larger, but we wouldn't have to wholesale go change out the facility just because a couple panels were out. In terms of when you dispose of them, there's TCLP testing requirements in order to make sure like what's in those panels to determine how they're then disposed of, and we would of course dispose of those properly.
Is there a recycle facility in the southeast that we know of?
I'm not aware.
Okay.
This is a question for the commission. What percentage of smaller solar farms are approved by the commission in, say, smaller being 20 megawatts or less?
I don't know that any have been denied. Usually, when you're dealing with private property rights, if it's your property and you're contracting with a private company to sell your power to another private company, and there's no people around you that are upset, then I've not seen one not approved. Unless Ross, you know the answer to that? And Ross, do you mind sitting up front so we can?
Yeah,
We're going
I
to
got
bounce
it.
off you a lot, brother. Ross is our legal our legal expert and he's our backbone. I apologize. He's wearing an LSU shirt. hotty toddy. Wherever you's more convenient. Yeah. Marcia, is this mic on in front? Okay, they're gonna turn it on, Ross.
So I'm not, we good?
And just to the question is, how many small scale or private solar facilities have been denied, right? That's the question? Okay. Okay.
Okay, so approved, I think the number, I don't know from a small, I know you said what, 20, 40? I'm not sure. I know maybe 15. I'm not aware of a petition for a CPCN that has been denied by the commission for any size solar facility.
Most of that, as you know, goes through the local county. So the county supervisors generally vet and approve those before they get to the commission, is the general process. Questions?
Yes.
Okay. One more, and then Commissioner Carr, and we'll go to the next presenter. And I'm sure a lot of these questions will come up with each separate presenter. I know Dr. Bennett will get these same questions.
This question is in regards to the 2023 RFP that is addressed for the 200 megawatt and 170 megawatt solar farms. Are these solar only, or are they going to be solar plus battery?
They're solar only, but the contracts do allow us the option to add storage later.
For 200 megawatt, for these here, was there any stipulations on using the preferred solar array being made of tracking systems, or can the developer use any solar landscape they wish, such as a ground mount solar, which you lay on the ground? It's not on a tracking pole.
We didn't dictate. I
You
don't.
did not dictate that?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Commissioner Carr?
So when you're managing your solar panels, your grid, how far out are y'all's projections of when you're bringing your solar generating into your power generation?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So, so when your load's coming on during the day, okay? So as it rises, when is your solar start generating, and then when does it stop? Or when it starts tapering off?
Yeah, so, it comes on with the sun and it goes off automatically with the sun.
But as the sun's coming up,
Yeah.
okay, your load's coming up too. So what time does your solar start dropping off and your load is to continue to growing? So y'all have a team that's managing that?
Oh, yeah. So we have a fleet operating, so we operate as a southern pool, and they manage all of our generating resources, including solar or any of the other resources we have. So they keep it in balance to make sure that the load and the generation is matching up. So they know all the units that are on the system and the characteristics of those, and so they manage it to make sure that we don't have any issues
Okay.
with ramping.
I also,
Mr. Smith? Yeah, he can. Mr. Smith, I think,
okay.
Yes, thank you. David Schmidt, Resource Planning. And really, Allison managed our program, but how that interfaces with the rest of our system really falls into my shop.
Okay.
I think your question is, as your loads come up, how does the solar perform with those loads?
Correct.
In the summertime, when your peak demand is in the afternoon, there's pretty high coincidence, because typically when it's very hot, as we've seen, there may be some clouds, but typically it's less cloud cover. The panels put out, a lot of energy. Now, in the wintertime, that's not necessarily the same story. In the wintertime, your peak demand happens early in the morning, say 5 or 6 in the morning, and that's before your panels really produce a lot of megawatts. So it's a little different story summer to winter. But we reflect what I would call the effective capacity, which is different than what their nameplate is when we do our planning, so that we don't over or under depend upon those resources.
as a follow-up question, you just said, Do the solar panels perform differently depending on the ambient temperature and the weather?
Oh, thank you.
Like in
Sorry.
the winter, are they more or less efficient than the summer?
Allison may know that better than me in terms of its efficiency. I just know that the operating characteristics are just different.
Yeah, probably the best solar time is spring when it's not so hot and the irradiance is good. So in the summer, as you don't, the performance does change in the summer, like when it's hot, and the irradiance is different.
So basically, the hotter a panel gets, the less it performs. Like if the panel itself, if the ambient temperature is 120 or 110 versus 42,
I'm
is
not
there any
sure.
degradation in the?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
It may, but it's not of a significance that we talk about a lot. So
Okay, so
we
it's
can't just say,
minor.
it may be small, or it may be just a little bit, but that's not something that rises to kind of where we would be thinking about it a lot.
Gotcha. And a lot of it's, I guess, going to be in your testing, which is going to be
Right.
fun
Right.
to see that. And when did you say that would be done? Would y'all-
The research test period's 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
And so once that's finished, we'll have a report out on it.
That'd be intriguing. Thank you for your work. Not having any more questions? We'll oh, sorry, Mr. Schmidt, maybe, Ms. Little.
Can you tell me some of the circumstances where events would affect the power generation of the solars? Such as would a forest fire with the smoke, if it's in the area, would that bring it down?
Anything that affects the irradiance, like cloud cover or anything like that, if it was thick enough smoke and it affected the irradiance, it would affect the output of the panels.
And then how often do y'all clean the panels?
We don't clean them.
You
There's
don't?
enough rain that we don't need to clean them.
Typically, the cleaning that you may hear about is typically more in western climates where they get very little rainfall. There's typically adequate rainfall in Mississippi that it washes the panels itself.
Okay. Another question. What percentage of your panels, what's the age on them? 5 to 10, 10 to 20? Where are y'all at overall?
It's on the earlier set of that. As Allison mentioned, the CODs were mostly in 2017, so that would, doing math out in public, but maybe 6 or 7 years old. The last one was in 2020. And then the QF facilities are fairly recent, so they're at the beginning of their life as well.
Follow-up question, sorry. What is the company that produces solar panels? You know offhand which company it is
For,
that y'all contracted with, the manufacturer of the solar panels? Is it LG or?
no,
Okay, not a big.
Q-
I guess the bigger question is, do they give you a warranty on the panels?
they are.
What's their warranty on them?
30 years.
30 years? Is it full replacement or is it prorated at 30 years?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'll have
You
to
can
look
find
at
that
that.
out. If it's
Yeah,
30,
I can let
30
you
years
know.
full replacement, then that's a pretty sweet deal.
Mhm.
So,
And a little bit to tag along to that too, that there is a little natural degradation over time, but that's usually baked into that warranty as well. And that's just a known property of the
Sure.
solar cells.
just like lithium, you're going to have some reduced capacity over time.
So does each panel have a barcode or serial number on them where y'all keep track of them?
They are numbered.
Okay. So say if one goes down, you know to pull that one out and you're gonna, take it to a landfill. Is that being tracked also too? By that barcode, by that number?
I guess we haven't gotten there yet, so I guess it could, but we haven't gotten there yet.
And then I think, appreciate your candor there. Any commissioners, any more questions? We need to move on to the
Yeah.
next presenter. Ms. Little, thank you so much. Mr. Smith, thank you all for your presentation.
Yep, one question.
Well, yes, sir. Yes. Commissioner Gibson, be ready.
I wanted to ask Mississippi Power, what amount of money have they received for grid modernization to support solar? And and I want to make a statement on the last question that was asked. Yes, these solar panels have barcodes on them. They have monitoring systems associated with that barcode. They have a mapping system that can point you directly to the panel that is out of service. So that's the answer to that question.
Thank you for the follow-up question. We'll move on. We're going to recognize now the Honorable Andy Gibson, and again, had the honor to serve with him in the House as well. And Commissioner Carr and Stamps, let's welcome you.
Thank you and good morning. Is this thing on? It is great to be. Hey, look at that's right. Bringing the cowboy hat back in the great state of Mississippi. So thank you all. And it is an honor to be with you. It's an honor to have served with two of you gentlemen in the legislature, and I see other legislative colleagues here. As you know, we've been involved in policy making a long time in this state. And Commissioner Carr, I want to thank you for being willing to serve and for your interest in this. And before I do anything else, I want to say thank you to our commissioners, to the Public Service Commission, for being willing to tackle this important issue, to get factual information so that you can make policy decisions. Can we give our commissioners a great big hand? Thank y'all. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. My name is Andy Gibson. I'm the Commissioner of Agriculture and Commerce for the great state of Mississippi, and I was very honored to be invited today to speak. And I hope that this information that I share will not only be factual and informational, but also give you some additional tools to help you make the policy decisions that you're going to be called upon to make as we look to the future. I want to start by saying that agriculture is and always has been Mississippi's #1 industry. Agriculture accounts for nearly 1/3 of all the jobs, directly or indirectly, in the state of Mississippi. That includes forestry as well. 10.3 million acres of farmland and 19 million acres of forest land in this state are the backbone of our agricultural economy. And make no mistake about it, agriculture is the largest industry. It is the largest employer. And that is true even though we have less farmland today than we've had before. For example, that 10.3 million acres of farmland, 10.3 million acres of farmland today is down 5% from just a decade ago. But it's down 50% from 1950, when we had over 20 million acres of farmland. The difference is our farmers today are doing more with less. They're more productive on less acreage, and they're able to do that through modern technology and through their perseverance. And even in the midst of the drought that we had last year, our farmers produced the second highest crop value in the history of the state of Mississippi, $8.7 billion. Farmers are our original conservationists. But I want to begin by saying that farmers are facing pressures today that they've never faced before. Inflation has been born, and everyone can relate to the increased prices at the grocery store. Everyone can relate to the increase in prices at the gas pump. Those costs are being paid by consumers, they're being paid by businesses, and where they can be, they're being passed on to consumers by businesses. But farmers can't pass those costs on. And for the last 2 or 3 years, the inflationary pressures have been so great, and farmers have been the tip of the spear. Prices that are affected by international trade and also a lot of other factors, prices have been relatively strong and enough to cover those costs in recent years. But this year in particular is going to be a very, very difficult year for our farmers. And so when you see a farmer, thank a farmer for what they're doing. It is those pressures, not only of inflationary costs of inputs, but I tell people perhaps an even greater threat is the regulatory challenges that we're seeing coming out of Washington, D.C. There are, every day we turn around, restrictions, regulations, farmers being denied tools that they need to grow crops, farmers being denied ability to farm different tracts of land due to various regulations, endangered species, waters of the United States, all these things coming to bear at the same time as inflation has been bearing down. And then the supply chain issues that our farmers have been facing for now the whole entire time ever since COVID. And I give you that background because I think it's important to note that that is why when you see these farms going into making business decisions, they're being approached by these solar companies with huge financial incentives that are actually unprecedented. I'll talk about the reason for those in just a moment so that we all have the background of why this is happening. But farmers are being faced with these pressures. They're being approached with financial payments that would be many times what it would what would be profitable to continue farming that land. They're being approached with many times that in the terms of payments for long-term leases or other arrangements. Where is this coming from? Where is this money coming from? That's what I want to know. And I've done a lot of research about it, and I want to tell you it all began with the Paris Climate Agreement that was entered into back in December of 2015. As part of that Paris Climate Agreement, every nation that was a party to it decided that every 5 years they would make nationally determined contributions to go to so-called clean energy. And the United States entered that agreement under President Obama in 2016. President Donald Trump withdrew the United States from that Paris Climate Agreement in 2017. And then the Biden-Harris administration re-entered it in January of 2021. And those commitments that the United States has made to the Paris Climate Agreement are driving a lot of the federal policies that we see where this funding, these subsidies are coming from. Make no mistake about it. There are commitments that the administration in Washington has made to do these types of projects all over America. And then Congress has passed laws to make it incentivized for these projects, such as solar, to be located in this country. Signed into law August 16, 2022 by President Biden, the Inflation Reduction Act went into effect. And you might ask yourself the question, why are all these solar farms looking at farmlands? By the way, I object to the term solar farm. All right, can I just put that on the record? I object. You can't eat solar. I challenge anybody to go harvest some solar tonight and put it on the dinner plate for your family. You can't eat solar. Farming is the production of food, fiber, and shelter. So when I say solar farms, I'm doing that only because that seems to be the term that is fashionable today.
You can say solar generation facility.
So that takes a lot longer, but yes, solar generation facilities, all right. Well, that Inflation Reduction Act passed by Congress created the Low-Income Communities Bonus Credit Program. That program specifically provides up to a 10 or 20 percentage point boost to the investment tax credit that these investment companies have for qualified solar or wind facilities in low-income communities. So when you wonder why the solar companies are coming knocking at your neighborhood, that's why. It's all about the money. They're coming there for the money. The Low-Income Communities Bonus Credit Program will allocate 1.8 gigawatts of capacity. This is federal policy for the 2023 program across 4 categories of solar or wind facilities with a maximum output of less than 5 megawatts. And then the Inflation Reduction Act modifies and extends the clean energy investment tax credit to provide up to 30% credit for qualifying investments in wind, solar, energy storage, and other renewable energy projects. That's where the money is coming from, these tax credits, these incentives. Some people might call it helicopter money. One of my questions is, and one of the questions we as a state have to answer is, what happens when that money dries up? What happens when those programs go away? What happens if the United States were to exit the Paris Climate Agreement? These are questions that nobody has asked, and I commend you for opening this forum so that we might have these discussions. Last year, I served as the chairman of the Foreign Land Study Committee, foreign countries coming in here buying up our farmland. We'd had prohibition against it since 1890-something, and it had never really been enforced, and it looks like it may still not be enforced. But a lot of these companies that are investing in these solar projects are, in fact, foreign countries, foreign companies. Your commission, your staff, I'll commend them. They assembled information to give to our committee. I'm going to share some of the highlights of that. This is in our official findings of the study committee report on foreign purchase of farmland, November of 2023. This is coming from the commission. I don't know who here assembled it, but I appreciate them. That the solar projects began in about December 2014, seeking certificates of public convenience and necessity to construct and operate solar electric generating facilities. And the law provides that no public utility or other person can construct that without first obtaining a CPCN from the commission. So the authority, as I understand it, of the commission is simply to review and approve or disapprove certificates of public convenience and necessity. But because these entities are not public utilities, that is the extent of the commission's jurisdiction of regulation of them. So there's a hole in regulation over these particular projects. As of last November, your commission said there were roughly 30 existing, under construction, or approved utility-scale solar electric generating facilities in Mississippi, and at that time, another 10 pending before the commission. Because they are not public utilities, the statutory prohibition, I think I heard this a moment ago, the prohibition of transferring certificates to another company or entity does not apply. The commission had no information about what level of foreign ownership there were associated with the facilities. That would be a good thing to ask, it seems to me. And energy storage facilities in the state owned or proposed by other persons are not under the control of the jurisdiction or commission. The commission has approved the Mississippi Power Company solar facility that was just discussed, and so on. All of that by way of background to say the reason we're seeing so many of these projects now is because of the federal policies and in some ways international policies that are driving this, one could argue, artificial economy of solar power. I am not against solar power. In fact, I own 3 solar powered gates. I have them on my farm because it's not financially feasible for me to run an electric line out there to run those gates. We live on a farm, and solar has its place, and they work pretty good. I was interested in your discussion about radiation and the usage of them, and that's true to my experience. In the summertime, those gates operate good when the sun's shining, but when we get a long period of time, when a hurricane rolls through, when the clouds don't shine, I have to go take that battery out and charge it or put a brand new one in it because the solar's not operating. I talked to Commissioner Sid Miller in Texas yesterday, my colleague in Texas. I think you'll have some information about Texas. I asked Commissioner Miller, who's a dear friend of mine, what would you tell this commission? And he said, as only a true Texan would say, tell them don't do what we did in Texas, all right? At present, I think about 30% or 40% of Texas power grid is on alternative energy that is not as reliable as traditional energy like natural gas or coal-powered plants. And what he asked me to share with you, I'm going to share today. He said, to the extent you have solar power and you're relying on it, or alternative power, you make dang sure that you've got reliable power generation to flip on at a moment's notice in the event of a disaster or a cold spell. And I can bear witness to that. When cold weather moves in, my solar gates don't work. I have to go out there, and sometimes I have to open them myself, and I don't mind doing that, but they just don't work in the severe cold weather, and batteries won't charge in that severe cold weather. People ask me, what is the Department of Agriculture doing about this? The Department of Agriculture and Commerce has no regulatory role in the use of farmland or these solar farms, solar generation facilities. At present, the law, as it exists in Mississippi, only authorizes local boards of supervisors to approve or disapprove the land use in the counties. So what we have is a patchwork of counties that have made decisions, and I would encourage every supervisor out there that's listening to make sure you ask these kind of questions as you look to the future until we can get some sort of a state policy, statewide policy, and that's what I support. Mississippi Farm Bureau Federation has a policy. I'm going to read it to you. The Mississippi Farm Bureau Federation policy from their policy manual this year is that we support requirements from the state of Mississippi for a permit to construct or operate a solar power or other renewable energy generation facility. The permit should include a bond or other acceptable financial security in an amount sufficient to ensure proper site closure at the termination of the lease, or in case of abandonment of the project by the operator. The estimated cost of site closure and remediation should include the cost of removing the renewable energy generation facility and associated infrastructure from the property prior to the commencement of construction of the facility. I'm going to give you a copy of that later on. So the boards of supervisors have the exclusive authority to approve these projects. The Department of Environmental Quality, who I have spoken with, has some role to the extent there is stormwater construction permit requirements that are triggered. DEQ has some role in terms of looking at the environmental impact. And of course, you, as the Public Service Commission, have your role when it comes to certificates of public convenience and necessity. And the group that I'm a member of, the National Association of State Departments of Agriculture, we understand there is a role for solar, there is a place for solar in our power grid, but we also must consider the long-term impacts on agriculture. And for every acre of land that we convert to solar energy, that is an acre of farmland that we do not have or may not have in food production. It makes a lot of sense, it seems to me, to put solar on land that is not being used for agriculture, that is not, for example, that is not farmable. The entire amount of farmable land in the world is not getting larger, it's getting smaller. And it might make a lot of sense to take the Walmart parking lot and cover it all in solar panels and give people something shady to park under. I don't know if that can be done, but that would make a lot of sense, it seems to me. But when you're converting thousands and thousands of acres of farmland, now I'm getting calls from Tupelo, I'm getting calls from the Gulf Coast, I'm getting calls from the Delta, all over this state. These things are happening, and I'm not sure how much is happening. I don't think anybody really knows how much is happening. And one of the questions we need to ask is, how much solar do we need as a state in terms of energy supply? How much do we want? What do we need to do to right-size it for Mississippi so that we don't become another Texas that apparently has still not gotten enough generation facilities to offset the high demand times for disaster and cold weather and hot weather? Well, those are some facts. Maybe they raise more questions than answers. Here are some questions I would ask that you consider. Where is this stored energy going? Where is it going? Is it staying in Mississippi, or is it being transported to some other state? That's a question I'd like to know. Is it truly benefiting Mississippi residents, thinking strictly about energy production? What happens to the equipment at the termination of the agreement for the facility? What happens to the landowner, the farmer, and equipment if the company goes bankrupt? Are there any risks to the farmland itself? Are there any negative impacts to the environment, habitat destruction, chemical leaching, endangered species, wetlands, etc.? And are there human health concerns? I don't have the answer to those things. I'm not sure anybody does. But I think the time is right for the state of Mississippi to ask those questions and to get good answers. Secondly, I want to share with you an article that was very timely published August the 8th, 2024 by the American Farm Bureau Federation. I'm going to give each of you gentlemen a copy. And I'm only going to hit the highlights of this article. The title of the article is Solar Energy Expansion and Its Impacts on Rural Communities. I highlighted a few things of note from this article that came out August the 8th. And you can see on page, the first page on figure 1, the tremendous growth in solar since 2023, and then again in 24 and anticipated in 25. But one of the things that is stated here is that the American Farmland Trust finds that 83% of projected solar development will be on agricultural land, of which 49%, almost half of which will be on land that American Farmland Trust deems nationally significant due to high levels of productivity. I've said it many times. Food security is national security. When we see that these policies that the federal government has put in place are driving solar companies to farmlands, and in many cases, almost half of them, highly productive farmland, that needs to be looked at. We need to have this data and information from Mississippi to find out what's happening here. We might be surprised by the results of having information like that, state-specific. There's a false economy that's been created that's driving this solar increase, but the farmers are very interested in it. The statistics are that farmers who've been approached for solar projects, most of them are very interested in it because on average, of the 16% of farmers surveyed in June of this year, 69% were offered an annual lease rate of over $1,000 per acre or more, with 27% offered leases of over $1,500 an acre, compared to an average, in some cases, of $146 in the Midwest and $276 in Iowa per acre. You see the helicopter money that's flowing in on these projects, driven by federal policies. Until we get the federal policies right, we're going to have to deal with this. We're going to have to make sure that we do our scrutiny on it. But the key I would come across to you is let's all join together and support changing these misguided federal policies. And then there are concerns in this article about the non-monetary impact of solar energy on land use changes from agricultural to industrial use, increased runoff, drainage channels, bare and disturbed soil is a favorable environment for noxious weeds, invasive species. All these things have impacted agriculture potentially. And then a key point I want to come across that I think Mississippi Farm Bureau rightly brought out in their policy is who is financially responsible for all this when the money does run out, or when the project goes bankrupt, or when the project terminates. Just last week, one of the largest residential solar companies in America went bankrupt, a string of bankruptcies that have happened over the last couple of months. I don't want Mississippi to be sitting here in 5, 10, 20 years and have to figure out what are we going to do. There needs to be a level of financial responsibility for that cleanup. And I think you have that authority. I think DEQ has that authority. And I think those are good things to make sure they are addressed before the dirt begins to move. What about the chemicals potentially in this article, like lead and cadmium, that we don't know, but they may. It's been said they may leach into the soil. We just don't know. We need to make sure. Because my belief is our most valuable asset in America and in Mississippi is our farmland. And our farmers are our most valuable asset as our backbone of our economy. We need to make sure farmers are protected. I can't blame a farmer who's approached with $1,500 an acre versus $200 an acre. I can't blame them for looking at that. The federal policy, misguided federal policy is driving this. Paris Climate Deal is driving this. We have to make sure that we look at this and get these issues right. And so I'll leave that article with you. And finally, I want to close. How am I doing on my time, by the way?
You're doing good, Commissioner. You're good.
How much time do I got?
You're up to 6 seconds.
Oh.
No, just kidding. Keep going. You have some time. Go ahead.
All right. Well, here are my thoughts. I've given you some factual information. I've given you some background on policy. I've given you some questions.
Commissioner, you got 35 minutes.
30? Okay,
Yeah,
great.
you're good.
I got plenty of time. I have written and given some great thought about this subject, and I want to tell you, I believe that Mississippians and Americans have been presented a false choice between energy or food. I think we can have both. I think that there is a way, there is a place for solar, there is a way and a place for alternative energy, but I don't think that we need to accept this current administration's false choice between energy and food security. I'm very deeply concerned, and I've been preaching this now for a couple of years, our food supply in this country. As we see nations like all the European nations that have made agriculture the enemy, and they've made it practically impossible to farm over there, the demand for food is not lessening, it's greater, and Americans are being looked to for more production. And here we are, in many cases, being presented a false choice to convert highly productive farmland, food production land, into solar energy facilities. Just this week, the Biden-Harris administration lifted tariffs on the import of foreign solar components. There were tariffs that were in place, and they were hindering the construction of the solar panels that are needed. And so they lessened the tariffs by a factor of 6 times to import more of these products into the United States. This is an issue that's not getting smaller. It's not staying steady. It's going to grow, and it's going to be a greater issue as we look to the future. We do have abundant, and we have available, and we're blessed with traditional energy sources here in Mississippi. But I think one of the questions that we need to ask is, how much more do we need? How much more capacity do we need? As we see already, our energy supplies and pipelines are being strained. Commissioner Stamps knows this very well. This past winter, in the midst of the cold snap, we navigated a crisis, and we barely avoided it. The crisis was that there was not enough gas in the pipeline to heat people's homes in Byram, Mississippi, and surrounding areas, and there was not enough to, at the same time, run the chicken rendering plant. That is rendering plants, I won't name the name of the company in Byram, that is serving poultry producers and also poultry companies all across the state. In fact, they were told they had to shut down. And to shut down that plant, which it did shut down for a couple of days, it shut down our state's largest industry, which is poultry. And I want to suggest to you that is a sign of the times that we live in. We are facing headwinds of federal policy that have made it difficult and financially disincentivize the construction of traditional, affordable, reliable energy generation. At the same time, these policies have incentivized the construction and the funding of not always reliable alternative energy. I think, as Commissioner Miller told me, to the extent that this solar does have a footprint in Mississippi, we need to make dang sure that we've got enough backup power in a case of an emergency. In a case of a Katrina, in a case of a cold storm, the snowmageddon that Texas saw. And yes, even in the case of a little cold snap like we had in January of this year. Because to not have that reliable energy and reliable power is a threat to our entire economy, because it's a threat to agriculture and it's a threat to our agricultural backbone. Landowners and communities, I think, are rightfully concerned. They have questions about the effects of these projects in their communities. And this is not a new discussion on energy versus food, but it is a new twist, because in the past we've had discussions as a country about biofuels, about different crops that are being planted and also being incentivized for the production of fuel. But up to this point, those decisions were one growing year at a time. Someone growing corn for ethanol, for example, can make that decision and then change their mind. These decisions on farmland and forest land are 30-year or longer decisions. These are long-term decisions. And because they're long-term decisions, I think Mississippi deserves a long-term view on how this is going to play out. I support private landowners' rights when it comes to land use. And if a farmer is approached with a deal like this and presented this type of incentive and payment, I've said it before, I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. What I do blame is the false choice that's being presented by our federal policymakers in Washington, D.C., that's driving all this. And we here in Mississippi and in farm country across America, we're going to be tasked with cleaning this up or overseeing it or adjusting it as we look to the future. And I encourage every supervisor that's facing these decisions in Mississippi to make sure you get all the facts before you make any hasty decision. And lastly, I'll say that one bright side is not all land is suitable for agriculture. In fact, most of the land in the world is not agriculture production land. Most of it is not. So there is a way to make these projects work on land that is not high production agriculture, that is not being used for some other purpose. And I think all these considerations are the considerations that you as a commission must take into account. And I pledge to you my support, and I pledge to you my office's support as you look to these issues and as we look to the future. And I want to say it one more time. What I advocate and what I support, and I hope our legislatures who are here will look at, and the Public Service Commission and the DEQ, is that we need a statewide approach to this. We need to understand what is happening, where it's happening, how it's going to impact our energy supply, energy grid, and also how it's going to impact our greatest industry, agriculture. There are farmers who are doing these deals because they're doing it out of a need to survive. The pressures that farmers are facing today that I've already mentioned are untenable for the future. Farmers, many of them are on the edge of closing down, going into bankruptcy. They're being presented this. We don't need to blame the farmers. We need to find solutions in the way of policy. And I want to thank you for having me today. Thank you, and I'll be glad to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson. You do point out some good questions, and I know that there was whenever anybody questions renewables, the term usually comes out, well, climate change or climate denier. Well, we're commanded to be good stewards of the creation, and with 5 kids and 3 grandkids, I take that seriously. But we also have to weigh the human impact, and so not only human impact on the supply chain with cobalt mining and other things that are in question, but how do you dispose of these solar panels? What kind of, who's going to be responsible for that cost? So it doesn't mean that we don't care about the environment if we ask the questions. And again, that's what we're trying to do here, is ask these questions to try to discern what are the answers. A recent article from the Harvard Business Review titled "The Dark Side of Solar." Basically, the summary of it: solar energy is a rapidly growing market, which should be good news for the environment. Unfortunately, there's a catch. The replacement rate of solar panels is faster than expected, and given the current very high recycling costs, there's a real danger. So, again, to your point, when you have a landowner that leases the land to a developer, the developer obviously spends a lot of money putting concrete and steel in the ground and then the solar panels over the top of it. They issue a bond initially, so that first contract has a bond. I had a small oil well on some property that I got royalties for every year. I've owned it, it's not much, so I'm not Jed Clampett. It was a very minuscule amount. But what I saw over the last 20 years is that asset was sold 5, 6, 7 times. Each time it was sold, it was to a less and less capitalized, less known company. So at the end of the life cycle, that's the concern. And I know the Europeans have a similar concern, and they're addressing it in certain ways. I'll get to in a second. But that at the end of the life cycle, when it's on the 6th company that owns that power generation asset, if they don't have a bond that they've renewed and paying for, then who's responsible for the reclamation? They go out of 5 years left on the power purchase agreement. Those assets are old. They're not going to reinvest. That company goes out of business. Who's tasked with the recycling of the panels and the cleaning up of the concrete and steel? So that's a question that we really don't have a good answer. The developers are saying, we're on the hook because we got a bond. I agree, they are. But each subsequent sale, there's less and less assurity that the state and the taxpayers are not going to be on the hook for the reclamation of those assets and that land. Sorry, I'm not preaching. I'm trying to get to one more thing. So the Europeans have they're starting to treat solar panels. It's actually called, and I'm not advocating this, I'm just saying it's how they've decided to handle it, is extended producer responsibility. So basically, same thing as tires and batteries. If you produce tires and batteries, there's a certain amount of money that goes into a reclamation fund. In Europe, it's the WEEE, which says, okay, if you're going to produce solar panels, they have to be recycled at the end life. Per panel, you got to set aside a certain amount of money that goes into a locked fund that landowners and others can draw on when they have to be dismantled and recycled. If you don't do anything like that, what's going to happen is those solar panels are going to go off, be dated, and fail or just be retired, and then the landowners or the county landfill is going to have to try to pay for the recycling of that asset. So those are some of the questions that we're trying to figure out, I think, as a world, and the Harvard Business Journal actually pointed those things out. But anyway, that's more of a comment than a question.
That's a great point, and at this point in time, it's strictly up to the language of the lease, whatever that says. There's no guidance on it. Now, the legislature passed a law this year in Senate Bill 2557 that actually, interestingly, authorizes solar construction on our state's agriculture research and experiment stations, which is interesting in and of itself. But as part of that bill, I'd encourage you to read the last part of that bill, Senate Bill 2557. It authorizes the universities to do that, but it mandated who would be responsible for requirements to remove and restore the land to its present condition. So that's some language I want to refer you to that's in Senate Bill 2557.
So, commissioners, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for your leadership and guidance, specifically to the ice storm this year.
Yes.
The case we had to work through was a real touchy situation.
Very touchy.
That chicken plant was consuming, or it normally consumes, just as much power as the entire town of Byram.
Right.
That one facility consumes just as much natural gas as the whole town of Byram. And during the ice storm, everybody was home, and the town was using 7 times the normal energy that it normally consumes on a daily basis. So a decision had to be made. And you called me, we called everybody, and basically the poultry industry had to shut down for 2 days because it was a decision. Either you shut the town down or you curtail the usage of the plant.
Exactly, and we don't need to have to face that kind of decision
That's
ever
right.
again. If we'll build what needs to be built,
That's right.
expand what needs to expand our pipeline capacity,
Mm-hmm.
Mississippi can lead the way on this. We don't have to be subject to these limitations that seem to be foisted upon us.
Well, I appreciate working together between our office, your office, and keeping the poultry industry afloat and keeping the folks in Byram with natural gas.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you and your partnership and friendship. Thank you.
And also, as far as when it comes to, I'm a small farmer myself. My dad and I run a cow-calf operation, and we also produce our own hay. Farmers are definitely under a lot of scrutiny and a lot of vice grips from pressures all around. And we can all work together to buy local, support your local farming industry, and help make good decisions. My biggest point in all of this, we have several industries that have gone out of business in the state of Mississippi. The example I use a lot is we have an old Home Depot in Jackson on Highway 18 that when the incentives went away, the Home Depot went to Clinton. And I have no problem with a business moving to Clinton and making a business decision. But what I would like to see as far as policy is how do we mitigate the situation where we have a vacant or abandoned operation, because we still don't know what to do with a vacant Home Depot.
Right.
I have no clue what to do with a vacant or abandoned solar facility. So let's make sure that we put policies in place as we all champion to the legislature. How do we mitigate from that reality? And that's a lot of my citizens in my area, their biggest concern. I know a lot of people take this into these higher level arguments of national issues and global issues, but how does a local community mitigate the risk of having a vacant or abandoned solar operation and continue to have solar, because we all agree that solar has a role in Mississippi, has a place in Mississippi, and is a value part of our energy mix
Absolutely.
as far as producing power. So
I think that you're onto a great idea right there. That's kind of what I was alluding to with the parking lot discussion. There's no shortage of abandoned parking lots, of abandoned buildings. There's no shortage in Mississippi and in areas of, space to do these projects on. So it's a false choice that people are being faced with, and I don't think we should be held hostage to that. But thank you for thinking creatively like that.
and we'll keep working to make sure that we create the correct balance. Also, policy-wise, for the legislators that are in the room, let's look at how we can make sure we can stabilize the solar industry, but also handle the very real and pressing questions that citizens have.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Carr?
Last week, going to your point about farmland, China has realized that they have run out in front of their headlights, so to speak, with solar panels. Now they're starting to be concerned about farmland. That was 2 weeks ago I read that article. Second question is, so when you take farmland or forestry land and turn it into a solar farm, excuse me, so do we claim the classification as far as the tax base, going from a farmland to a power generating facility? That's a question.
I don't know the answer to that, but I would think it would change the classification. I would think it would have to. If it doesn't, it should, because that's a different type of use, but I don't know the answer to that question.
It's just, because I'm sure if you have a power generating plant, those taxes are industrial taxes, and I don't know if there's any tax credits in that. It's a question I'd like to get an answer to.
That's a great question. Thank you, Commissioner.
We have a question in the back of the room. Rachel, right back. And from here on out, if you will, identify yourself and if you're just a citizen or who you with, please.
Good morning, Commission. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning. Good morning.
I appreciate this dialogue today. Stephen Wright, Gulf States Renewable Energy Industry Association. Yes, I know that's a mouthful. I wanted to thank you for this dialogue, especially when we're talking about agricultural land here in Mississippi. One thing I wanted to do is I wanted to coax an invitation hidden in a question. Is, Commissioner, we have members who have done utility scale projects across the nation, internationally, and this isn't the first time that policymakers have had to thread this needle. So I would love to invite you to come and meet with individual developers that have done this in every different kind of market, with every different kind of agricultural dynamic. When we talk about salvage value, when we talk about recycling, when we talk about site zoning, there are lots of evidence-based practices on this. And I think what we can do is we can find something that protects consumers, protects farmers, but also creates a situation where environmentally we have an all and above energy policy for Mississippi. I think the goal would be to create a dynamic where this commission has a back and forth with developers so that we can find out what works specifically for Mississippi, because Mississippi, just like Alabama, just like New York versus Florida, every state's different and needs its own solution, but I think we can learn from others' mistakes.
Well, thank you for that. I have a question for you, if that's all right. Is that permissible, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
In these other states that you say you worked in, have there been these types of discussions, and have there been statewide policies put into place to address the kind of concerns that I just expressed? And if so, which states would you refer to?
Specifically, I can talk right next door. Let's talk about Louisiana. Louisiana has several policies, some of which I will say that the developer industry thinks is pro-energy policy, some of which needs continued adjustment. But some of the things that they have looked at is basics like you're talking about, where you're talking about the bonding being public. Therefore, it's it's registered somewhere in order that when you see these projects, if they're moved from one developer to the next, that's tracked for the very concern that you have. Salvage value is something that can be defined when we talk about making sure that a bond covers the actual reclamation of the land and putting it back the way it is. A simple definition can fix those things. It's something that we're happy to work with you, with the Mississippi legislature to find, and you can do that in a way that doesn't kill industry and jobs while you're doing it.
I appreciate that, but because that's what we're talking about. There's no, and I think it was mentioned from the audience, there's so many questions and there's really not a lot of oversight, if you will, to find out what are the answers to these questions. Like in a developer, how close, I don't think there's any regulation in the state how close they can get to the land line. Should there be a buffer? What is the proper buffer? Can the solar developer put trees around it so local landowners don't necessarily have to stare at it? Same thing with migratory birds. Migratory birds have been reported to land on solar generation facilities because they think it's water. Is there some inside greenery or shrubs that can kind of break that up? So I think where you're going, I appreciate that offer, and I think most people would love to engage on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will tell you that, as you well know, those policies are used as carrots and sticks. There are situations which help create pro-consumer dynamics on that, which there are some solar siting things that we have seen. There's several different states and different associations that are looking to do this at a national level, so best practices. What we don't want to see, it becomes a stick. We don't want to see more government red tape piled on that's not protecting the consumer and instead driving industry out of a state. And there is a balance to do that.
Thank you for that, and I want to thank you for that invitation. And I think everyone agrees that this issue is not going away, even if these federal incentives do disappear, which they will at some point. I think everyone understands that the corporate America, the demand for this type of power is still going to be there. So I think the time and the right time is right now to act on this and get these policies right for the state of Mississippi and for our people, the people that I represent and these commissioners represent.
And as far as Southern Renewable, do y'all, can we talk y'all into helping with nuclear too? That's the cleanest renewable we have.
That's above my pay grade,
Let's do it.
Commissioner. But my invitation to the Agriculture Commissioner extends to the legislature, and obviously we have an open door policy with all three of you commissioners. Happy to take you to sites, see how things are done in different places. Happy to explore what you feel is best for Mississippi, but we also want to make sure that we're doing this in a way that allows industry to grow and make sure we bring jobs and investment here to Mississippi.
Appreciate that, and I'm not speaking for my colleagues, but I think we'll definitely take advantage of the dialogue. There's a lot of assets in this room is why we had this, to have this open dialogue. I know there's a couple from Lee County that's got a solar facility looking to go in their area they're very concerned about. A lot of people in the room are very concerned about the questions we don't know. So with that information, like the Commissioner brought up and what a lot of our constituents are bringing up, would help educate. And I think that was alluded to earlier by Commissioner, I think Commissioner Carr alluded to that, the education. What's right, what's wrong, what's true, what's not, and how do we get to the actual truth and facts, and that's what we're dedicated to do. Yep. Commissioner Carr, you had a question? Yep. Gentleman up front. Thank you for...
Josh Raggio. I'm from Raymond, Mississippi, business owner, tax-paying citizen.
From where?
Raymond, Mississippi.
That's what I thought he said.
That's right.
Commissioner Gibson, thank you for being here and making those statements. I couldn't agree with you more on everything. I guess when you simplify it, it comes down to a state issue right now. Sounds like to me, basically, the Board of Supervisors are the only group that can say yay or nay to a private facility, which is unfathomable to me, quite frankly. And like you, I agree, as landowners, the freedom to do what you want to with your land, right? That's part of why we live in America. That was my thought process also. I want a business inside of city limits where there's ordinances and various things, because the decisions I make as to what type of business I put in the city could affect many people around me in my community. And so there's regulation there. Yeah. I think we're lacking regulation as we get into the counties. when it comes to the effect of a whole community. And Commissioner Brown, you just mentioned the word, buffer. That was one thing, as we're here for just, open dialogue, something that has come up as we're facing what we're facing in Raymond is a buffer zone. So small town Mississippi, just like agriculture and our music and our culinary and all these things that make Mississippi, Mississippi, small town Mississippi is part of that. It hasn't been mentioned yet about economic impact for small businesses, for small communities. And I'll just use Raymond as an example because we have this going on, as well as property values. We're talking food versus solar and agriculture, but there's so many other aspects of this whole thing that need to be addressed. We would love to see a 10-mile buffer zone from a city limit to protect our city economically. We could definitely see where you could see a flight of people leaving and moving away, property values decreasing, because we're talking about, approximately 6,000 acres. It's not a 12-acre or, it's not like the Walnut Grove situation. We're talking much larger. And so we would like to see, and I guess that would be our legislators' representatives, something like a buffer zone to protect small town Mississippi, small town America. And then leading to a little bit more of what you were just saying, there's so many unknowns. You guys have so many questions. Commissioner Gibson has so many questions, our representatives. Is it possible to put a hold on all the private ones that are going? Leases are happening every day right now. Private leases every single day around my hometown, and obviously as he gets, Commissioner gets phone calls every day from around the state. Does somebody have the power to say, look, we just don't know enough right now. Let's just pump the brakes. Let's get some factual information, and then let's move forward and make some decisions. Is that even a possibility?
That's a good question. We're, like I said, we're trying to figure this out too. The three of us are new, and there's a lot of questions, and so this is the first step in that journey. And we'll have dialogue going forward with the legislature, with Southern Renewable, others that can come to the table to say, okay, here's what we hear, what's true, what's not. How do we navigate this? How do we move forward? And again, like you said, if it's 3,000 acres around the city of Raymond, well, that's 3,000 acres that can't be a farm, can't be homes, can't be businesses. Those are the impacts that we're talking about. Is there reasonable regulation or oversight that falls somewhere, either with the Department of Ag, Public Service Commissioner, DEQ? There's a lot of different groups that can come together to try to answer these questions, and I think that this is the first step. This is not the end of the dialogue or the discussion. We hear the concerns, and so we're going to continue to ask those questions and dig, and we'll ask Dr. Bennett when he comes in. He's dealt with it a little more in Texas, and of course, Commissioner Gibson, brought us a lot more questions as well, and so we're going to continue to dialogue and find the answers and try to do what's best for the ratepayers in the state of Mississippi. That's our commitment, and I appreciate your input.
Mr. Chairman, I would add to that, I'm committed to being a part of this conversation all the way to the end, because it is important. It is important to the state. It's important to our energy grid, our energy supply. It's important for farmers, and it's important for the people that we all are called upon to represent. And I just sincerely appreciate the commissioners, again, for having this conversation. Not everybody would have the gumption to have this type of conversation, but you're to be commended, and I thank you. And I thank you for the question.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have 5 minutes, so we need. I know, is the Zoom ready for the next presenter? Okay. We got Mary Jo on the front. Got a question? We'll try to rotate the questions around. We got time for one or two more. Rachel up front here. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see the hand.
Thank you. Thank you for having this summit. And I think the elephant in the room would be who's getting the big payoffs. Who's being intimidated for or against these projects. And certainly the community doesn't have the information, and our legislators are not educated enough to make decisions. Will we make these decisions this century or the next century? When do we have these discussions on how taxpayers and ratepayers save on their bills? I understand farming is great. Federal dollars were not going to farmers, hadn't gone to farmers in the last century. Farmers are suffering too, and they can't keep paying the taxes on land that they're not doing anything with. They can't feed their families if they're paying all these taxes, high taxes. Taxes go up almost every time somebody uses the bathroom. And then Entergy also is putting up farms all over the state. So where do we go from here? And how do our commissioners really learn about this? Who gives them the time to learn what they need to learn instead of making decisions based on feelings or intimidation? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Good questions. And that's where we're at. And I think you're feeling the same thing that we are. How do we navigate this? And so there are questions. We talk about the power, how much it's going to cost for the end user. And we can look to other countries and their policies to try to get the answer. It doesn't give us the whole picture, but gives us a partial picture. You look at Germany. Germany bragged the first quarter of last year that they have 50% renewable energy, but they also have the second highest cost of energy in the world. So that's hurting the individual person. The standard of living goes down as you pay more and more and more for energy. There is a needle to thread, and I know that this commission has stated publicly that we are focused on reliability and affordability, but we don't want to destroy the environment either. So that's going to be our commitment, or my commitment, is to try to find those answers and guide us down that path. Again, knowing that every dollar that comes out of your pocket and the citizens' pocket is $1 less that they can spend on food, housing, and necessities. So if it makes sense and it drives the cost of power down, we're listening. If it accelerates the cost of power, taking more money and creating more inflation, then we're going to pause for sure. And so that's our commitment and what we're trying to find out. And you're tracking right with where we are. Very good. Thank you. Yeah, up front. Mary Jo. Be the last question. Sorry, guys. We got to.
Hey, thank you. I'll try to make this quick. I really appreciate this conversation because I've had a lot of questions about it. And Commissioner Gibson, as you know, we're a small farm, and I greatly appreciate everything that you've done to, to protect our small farms and enhance Mississippi farming and to progress food security. But I hate to see farmers being taken advantage of while they're in a vulnerable position. And so that's my biggest concern. What I'd like to know, because I would hate to see them being taken advantage of, they bring them this money and then, like y'all were talking about, the bonds run out, or perhaps there's something related to the issue that I'm fixing to ask about, and then we've got all this wasted farmland. So my question is, approximately, if we know, what percentage of solar equipment comes from outside the U.S., and if the equipment is sourced from other countries, what countries primarily does the equipment come from? And then is there a concern that at some point, supply from the source countries might become a problem affecting the availability of power to Mississippians?
I can speak briefly to that on some of the tariffs that I just mentioned have been lifted or relieved by this administration. Most of those components are coming from China. They are Chinese made, they are Chinese provided. Some of the reasons that some of the American companies have recently gone bankruptcy, I read, are because of the lack of availability of some of those products. So there you go. That's a very valid question, and I think the commission could probably take that and get some more information.
I know it's hard to track everything, but I know one of the core components in solar panel production is polysilicon. Polysilicon, to make it, is very energy intensive. And so one of the accusations, and again, there's so many questions swirling out there, is that the polysilicon industry used to be United States, Germany, and other countries. And a lot of American production of polysilicon was hydroelectric. So it was clean. So the Chinese have really kind of taken that and dominated that market. But the accusation is they're building these polysilicon crystals using coal-fired plants. So they use coal-fired plants to keep the cost down to be able to produce this polysilicon that is vital for solar panel production. So again, to ask that question, I think Dustin Mulvaney, I think he's a professor out west. I mean, he's an environmentalist. He's a pro-solar panel, pro-photovoltaic, pro-solar guy. But he's questioning the green halo. Where do we supply? Where does the supply chain come? Is it slave labor? Is it responsibly produced? Are you taking a green asset that saves carbon in the U.S. but producing it dirty in another country, creating more carbon, therefore accelerating the carbon emissions in the atmosphere? Those are legitimate questions, and I think what happens is there's so much power and so much money behind that this push is that it's hard to find the answer if you ask the questions and you're all of a sudden the enemy. We're not the enemy. If it makes sense, we're on board. We got to figure out what makes sense, what doesn't. So I think that number of the polysilicon is about 80% of the world's supply of that polysilicon comes from the Xinjiang, I think I pronounced that right, region of China. Beg your pardon? That's what was reported to me. It's about 70-80% comes out of China for that crucial component. And I think there's a lot of those questions. And again, this is not the end. We're going to continue to ask, dig in, and get the questions, the answers to the questions that all of us have. So be patient with us, and we're going to try to be as educated and intentional as we can in this process. So, Mr. Gibson, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for the questions. And we're going to take about a 5-minute break for bathrooms and let the Zoom call get teed up.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Huh? Yeah.
Y'all can find your seat in the next few minutes. We're about to start. Okay, thank you all for that time. We're going to move into the next presenter. He's coming in via Zoom. We're going to recognize Brent Bennett, PhD, Policy Director, Powered Senior Fellow, National Center for Energy Analytics. So is he business via Zoom? We ready? Okay,
Yeah,
Dr.
can
Bennett?
y'all hear me okay?
Dr. Bennett, you're recognized. And thank you for.
Thank you, Chairman Brown. Yep. Thank you, Chairman Brown, Commissioners. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Well, yeah, I'm sorry my schedule didn't allow me to be there in person. I appreciate y'all working with me to do this remotely. It's great that in 2024 we can do this, so I appreciate the opportunity. My title is I'm the Policy Director for Life Powered. It's the energy policy arm of the Texas Public Policy Foundation. We're a nonprofit think tank based in Austin, Texas. And I'm also a senior fellow with the National Center for Energy Analytics, which is a new national energy think tank that we're launching in partnership with Mark Mills. And you'll probably hear, if you follow the energy policy space, you'll probably hear a lot from Mark and his team over the coming years as we grow that initiative. So, but the main reason that I wanted to come and speak to y'all today, and the reason I've titled my talk is The Cautionary Tale of the Texas Electric Grid, is to just share some lessons about what we've learned, both from the winter storm that happened 3 years ago specifically, but also more broadly about the challenges that we face as we try to integrate a large amount of wind and solar into our system. And of course, if you've followed it at all, the media chatter about our grid, over the last decade, and the story that was told about our grid was that, our market was a success story, that, we've been able to grow our industry in Texas, we've kept costs down, and generally that, the energy market that we have in ERCOT was a success. But what the winter storm in February of 2021 exposed was that we were at the same time, we've been seriously underinvesting in the resiliency of our system, and the winter storm sort of exposed that underinvestment and the problem and kind of the looming problems that we have going forward. So in a way, I call it the ghost of Christmas future, what that storm brought. And so, my colleagues and I, we were, quietly before the storm talking about some of these problems and some of the things that we were not doing right, even as the rest of the country was talking about how Texas was doing everything right, supposedly. And then since the storm, we've been going around talking much more loudly about how we're not doing a lot of things right. I've been, to Utah, North Dakota, Indiana, now Mississippi, and many points in between, kind of telling the story. So again, I appreciate the opportunity to kind of come and bring this to you, and I hope that the information that we can share is useful to you as you thinking about some of the things that you're some of the grid policy that you're working on. So you go ahead and go to the next slide. I guess I'll just tell you when I need to move slides here. Is it showing up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it hasn't shown up on my end yet. I was just making sure. All right, so I'll kind of talk about what happened during the storm, kind of that specific example, and then kind of zoom out to some of the more macro level issues that we're facing. You see on this slide here, this kind of represents the media narrative about what happened during Winter Storm Uri. Yes, everything failed. It was Murphy's Law in action. We had more than a third of our gas and coal fleet was out. We had even that little green bar at the bottom was one of our nuclear units tripped offline because a water pump froze. Everything that could have went wrong did go wrong, and so that's kind of what you hear. It was all the weather failures, right, and all the various causes of that. And if you go read the FERC-NERC reports about the storm, a lot of the other reports that are written about it, that's what you're going to read about, right? Is all the weather failures. And you see up at the top a wind here, and then there's a little bit of solar, just a little yellow line at the top. And so you think, well, there's not a lot of wind and solar that was a part of this. But the thing is that what this graphic represents is the failures relative to what we expected to have from those resources. And the fact is that during the storm, and also for the entire week before the storm, we didn't have a lot of wind or sun. It was cloudy. It was calm for most of the time, except when we had a bit of a front roll through on Sunday, the day before the outages. It was not really, the resources weren't there. And so we don't hear a lot about the sort of failures of wind and solar because we weren't expecting them to perform. It's kind of backward knowledge to say that something failed if the resource wasn't available, because it wasn't there. But that's kind of the narrative that's been written about it, right? So there's not a lot of discussion about that. Go ahead and go to the next slide, though.
Next slide's up.
Continue. Well, yeah, and yeah, there's just a little lag on my end, so I'll count on that. Anyways, so what you see here, this dotted line, vertical dotted line in this chart is that was the start of the outages. Was right there, and so prior to the outages. This is kind of the inverse, right, of the previous plot. This is showing what was supporting the system during the storm, and it was coal, gas, and nuclear, right? We didn't have a lot of wind and solar resources. So, and if you were to zoom out a week before, this is about a week's worth of time here. If you were to zoom out to the previous week and also the week after this, when it was 70 degrees and really nice out, we had a lot of wind and sun during those times. And the wind and solar were darn near 50% of our generation during those times. And during these times, during the storm, they were less than 10%. And so that's the problem. So that's kind of the story that's not told, is that what the storm actually represents is that we have this huge mismatch between the resources that we are building right now, which is wind and solar, and demand, right? That the demand is highest, especially in the wintertime. Demand tends to be highest during these storms when those resources aren't available. And so that's kind of what's missing, is that we're investing, and we've invested over $100 billion in private capital plus $20+ billion of federal and state subsidies into the wind and solar generation in Texas. And it was producing less than 10% of our energy during the storm. So there's a big mismatch there between what we're investing in and what's needed to ensure that we can keep the lights on during these storms. And so that's really the big takeaway here. The other big takeaway from this plot, and if you look on the right half, to the right of the dotted line, what I did there is I said, okay, if we take all those outages that were on the previous slide and assume those didn't happen, and we double our wind output, so to say we didn't have any freezing turbines or anything like that, then what would the result have been? Well, instead of 3 days of outages at 20 gigawatts or more, we would have still had a full day of outages. About 24 hours, and it would have been more minor rolling outages, but still it was more significant than anything that happened in the states around us, which had a few hours of rolling outages, but not a full day. And so what this really showed is that we have kind of a looming capacity shortage, and that capacity shortage is growing because all we're doing is building primarily solar now. Our gas and our thermal fleet, gas and coal, have been pretty much flat over the last several years. So we're using solar to meet demand growth, which works during the summer, but not during the winter. And so even though we never actually saw this level of demand because the outages occurred before we could be realized, it's kind of, again, a window into the future of, if we get a storm like this, or even not this severe, we actually had 78 gigawatts of demand, which is about what the peaks are there in that plot. We had that level of demand in January from a storm where it was 7 to 8 degrees colder than Winter Storm Uri. Sorry, 7 to 8 degrees warmer than it was during Winter Storm Uri. So we're already seeing that level of winter demand. Fortunately, the wind blew enough in January that we didn't have any problems. But if we'd had wind output in January like we did during Winter Storm Uri, where wind didn't blow, we'd have been in big trouble in January. So again, you have this looming problem now of what do we do as our resource mix is changing, and particularly dealing with the winter storms. What's the impact going to be? So that's kind of the micro picture of Winter Storm Uri. And I go to the next slide, and I'll kind of talk about the more macro picture.
Next slide's up.
Of cost and reliability. So this plot here shows a comparison of our residential and industrial retail prices compared to your prices in Mississippi. And actually, people say there's this kind of narrative that somehow we have cheap electricity in Texas. Well, our electricity actually isn't any cheaper than anywhere else in the Southeast. We have cheaper prices than California and the Northeast, but compared to our peers, our regional peers, we're not really performing better on price, and nor are we performing better and we're actually performing worse on reliability, as the winter storm showed in some instances since the winter storm, that reliability is a bigger problem for us. Certainly you're concerned about reliability there in Mississippi, but for us it's a much bigger looming concern. So it's a bit of a dichotomy in a way between, again, what you hear about the Texas market, that we have a competitive market that ought to be better than the monopoly markets that exist in the Southeast, than monopoly entities. But the fact is our market is not performing any better in reality. And the other thing that you see in this plot, the reason I plotted natural gas prices on there, because natural gas, sets really the market prices in Texas for electricity, is you start to see this disconnect between, the price of gas and the all-in cost of electricity, particularly for residential consumers. And if you notice, we had pretty high prices back in the late 2000s, but that was also because natural gas is really expensive. We had $8 gas. And so gas prices came down and prices dropped, but then we have, they never really, they kind of stabilized and then started going up a little bit. And then if you look at this plot carefully, you can see from about 2018 until now, we've had prices go up more than 30% for residential consumers, despite the fact that, the average gas prices remain right around $3, except for 2021, 22 because of, the Ukraine war and the price spike there. We're in a spot where gas prices are pretty stable, but now electricity prices are starting to go up. And that's a disconnect between what's been the case historically in Texas. So what's going on? What's causing this? And I think there's a number of factors, but I want to highlight two of them. And if you can go to the next slide.
Next slide's up.
Yeah, the first thing to note is that our transmission costs have been going up a lot. Back in the late 2000s, we authorized a project to spend more than $7 billion, billion with a B, on transmission lines to bring more wind and solar from West Texas to the load centers, the big cities in East Texas. And what that's resulted in is a more than $100 increase on a per megawatt hour basis. So the raw cost of transmission, the gross cost, is up more than about 3x, but the cost per megawatt hour is up even more than 2x from 2011 to 2023. And so that's been one cost driver for us for sure, is that we're paying a lot more in transmission cost. And what this represents here is about $6 to $7 on the average consumer's bill in Texas. You want to put that in kind of more terms, easier to understand terms. It's about $6 to $7 that we're paying, the average residential consumer is paying per month on increased transmission costs. So again, that's one of the factors is kind of negating or wiping out the gains that we have from really low natural gas prices. And of course, the other thing to note here too is that the two biggest outages problems that we've had since Winter Storm Uri, one was an ice storm here in Central Texas, which left me without power for 4 days, And then most recently, you probably heard about the hurricane that went through Houston that knocked out a good big chunks of Houston for almost a week. We are, despite all these investments in transmission, we have some really big problems with distribution resiliency in Texas, and we're going to have to invest more money. They already are, and we're going to be investing more money in tree trimming and upgrading, our distribution system, because that's been underinvested in. So the cost pressures here on the transmission and distribution side are really heavy and are not going to get any easier for us over the next several years. You can go to the next slide, please.
Next slide's up.
And the other the other cost pressure is coming from the changing resource mix. And what you saw, and again, I pointed out a couple slides ago that we started to see, especially in 2018 until now, we started to see this disconnect, growing disconnect between particularly residential prices in Texas and natural gas prices, which did not exist historically. Those things were pretty tightly correlated. Aside from natural inflation, natural inflation and then gas prices were the drivers of what residential retail prices were in Texas. And two things kind of happened in the 2017-2018 timeframe. One is that we had significant premature retirements of about 8 gigawatts of coal and gas during those 2 years. And so you can kind of see a little drop in the blue and the brown, which is our gas and coal. You see a little drop in those the number of dispatchable units that we have. And we've made up for that a little bit. We're almost back now to where this plot doesn't quite show it, but we're almost back now to where we were at that time. But of course, demand has been growing significantly since then. So we have now a lot less dispatchable generation in our fleet now compared to what we had prior to 2017. Prior to 2017, we had enough to cover our peak demand. And around 2017, 2018 was a time where demand surpassed the size of our gas, coal, and nuclear fleet. And since then, we've been relying entirely on wind and solar to meet our growing demand, and particularly solar. There's a little bit of growth in wind since then, but solar has been our primary source of new generation, particularly since 2020. And I won't get into. I can if you want to talk about it later. I don't want to spend too much time dwelling on it now, but I just want to kind of note that there's a lot of factors that are creating cost pressure, that this is definitely one of them, and the correlation is there. And we're working on now. My team is working on kind of sussing out how much of the increasing cost, again, this 30% plus rise in cost, how much of it is due to these different factors. But I think if you ask, anyone at ERCOT privately, they may not say it publicly, but privately, that, the fact that we're having to, manage the grid more carefully, we're buying more ancillary services, we are running our gas and coal fleet more inefficiently because we're trying to balance out the swings in both demand and in wind and solar output, which are not always correlated. Particularly the solar ramp down at night is becoming a big problem. That is all, creating a cost pressure that, despite the fact that, wind and solar are giving us free fuel, which is great, and they're keeping our fuel costs down, the overall system cost is going up. And I think that for anyone that's wanting to add more wind and solar to their resource mix, I think there's a burden of proof there to show that, okay, well, if you're going to do that, how are you going to keep costs down? Because Texas and particularly California, if you can go to the next slide, the lived experience of us in Texas, and particularly in California, is that particularly solar penetration tends to correlate with cost increase. And so if you look at California, back in 2010, California and Texas prices, these are residential prices here. Back in 2010, we were fairly close. California had is only a few cents higher than Texas. And that's naturally because both of our grids are heavy on gas. And so you would expect that during that time when gas prices were high, both Texas and California had pretty high prices relative to the rest of the country because gas prices were high. But then, of course, as our prices, dipped down a bit and levelized, California started adding solar, and you can see their prices started to gradually increase. And now over the last 3 to 4 years, that's really become a much bigger problem as solar has become, gone beyond 20% of their grid. So that, again, it's a correlation that we're trying to draw out what is the causation here exactly, but the correlation is definitely there. And again, it's kind of incumbent upon any utility that I think wants to add a lot of solar. It's incumbent to say, okay, well, what are you going to do differently than Texas and California to deal with this? Because clearly, we as Texas and California have been going down this road, we're getting a lot of cost pressure. And so how are you going to keep costs down while adding wind and solar? I think there's a burden of proof there that you as the commissioners need to put on your utilities to make sure that they're not making the mistakes that we're making. And I'll end for the last several minutes. You can go to the next slide, which is kind of a bit of a overview of what where I think this cost pressure is coming from. So you can go to the next slide. And of course, and again, this is just kind of getting into, we all know, we all hear it all the time, that electricity from generation from wind and solar is cheaper than from traditional fossil fuel sources. And of course, this is the Lazard levelized cost of energy plot that many of you have probably seen, gets widely publicized, right?
Dr. Bennett, which slide are you on?
I'm on slide 8, sorry. I think you might have skipped over.
Slide 8, you say?
Yeah, electricity, like the one prior to this one that you got.
The title, Electricity Generation from Wind and Solar is Cheap?
Yeah.
Okay, we're on that one. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah. So again, this is, this is what you hear from, the media and also, reports like this that talk about just the cost of generating electricity. And the reason that we are, the reason that Texas is building so much wind and solar is, first of all, because we have the resources. We have a really ideal mix of wind and solar resources. For you in Mississippi, you don't have as much wind as we do. You have pretty good sun, but not a lot of wind. In the Great Plains, especially the Northern Plains, they have a lot of wind, but not a lot of sun. In Texas, we have a lot of both. And so it's, so when you're a developer and you're especially operating in an energy market where you just get paid for energy, like in Texas, you don't get a capacity payment, then of course you're going to build wind and solar. If you look at this plot, because you're going to be able to, your levelized cost is going to be cheaper. You're going to get, if you're going to get a subsidy for it, and you're going to be able to hedge your risk a lot better in an energy market with those resources than resources that have higher operating costs like peaking gas in particular. So that's in a nutshell why we've built so much wind and solar in Texas, is that this is how we price it. We price it based on the energy price, and the energy price from wind and solar is cheaper. But if you go to the next slide,
slides up.
Yeah, the one about the one with the little icons on it.
Got it. It's
of course, the levelized cost of it, is it up? Yeah, the levelized cost of electricity, of course, is not the full system cost, right? That doesn't include the cost to transport and store the energy. And so I've already talked about the transmission costs, right, to the tune of actually about $10 billion now and growing that we spend on transmission to get wind and solar from, the remote areas in West Texas where the best resources are to the markets in East Texas. But now, increasingly, over the last 5 to 6 years. And I think one reason that we're starting to see this disconnect between our natural gas prices and our retail electricity costs is that we're having to pay more and more for backup power and energy storage. So we're seeing energy storage become a much more prominent part of our grid. We've got just over 5 gigawatts now of energy storage in Texas, and that's projected to grow 4 or 5-fold in the next several years. So, and the reason that we're building energy storage is, well, first of all, now it gets a subsidy from the Inflation Reduction Act, but second of all, because the other alternative to energy storage is to have peaking gas that only operates, a few hours out of the day, or even a few hours out of the year. Those times when the sun goes down late at night, either in the winter or the summer, the sun goes down at night, and we need, resources to fill in quickly. So that's most of what we're doing right now, is building those two resources. Those resources, whether it's energy storage or peaking gas, they require high prices to come online. Energy storage needs a good arbitrage to be able to come online. You're not going to see it really come online when prices are below $100 a megawatt hour. And the same thing for gas turbines that have very high operating costs. Those are not going to come online unless prices get up there and get pretty high. So what we see now a lot more is that even as prices in Texas might remain low for large chunks of the day, especially during the shoulder seasons, large chunks of the year, we're getting more and more price spikes above $100 or even $1,000 a megawatt hour when the system gets tighter, because we need that in order to bring these more expensive resources online for those few hours when we don't have enough wind or sun. And so it's kind of like operating a car in stop and go traffic versus a car that's, if you want to say baseload energy is a car that is running, at constant speed the whole time. If you're in stop and go traffic a lot, you're not using your fuel and your fleet as efficiently, and there's more maintenance costs involved because you're using your brakes and your engine more difficult. All those things go into the system costs that we're now starting to be realized here in Texas. And some of it is there's a heavy debate within ERCOT right now about, well, how much do we really need to be doing to manage the variability in the system? Are we over managing it right now? Are we under managing it? So some people argue that these system costs are coming because we're over managing the system. But I think the grid operators would argue that we're not actually over managing the system, that we're just trying to make up for the fact that there's so much variability now that didn't exist 10 years ago. So I'll kind of end with the last slide here, slide 10. If you could flip to that. And just kind of thinking about the future a little bit for Texas. This was actually, this table was an output of a model that we built about 5 years ago, looking at what we thought at the time in 2018, 2019, the grid might look like in Texas in 2030. And we're in the process now of actually updating this into a more of a true economic model. This was just a simple cost of service model, like you might run for a utilities IRP, right? Just looking, okay, what's the cost of service? But we're actually trying to build now a true economic model to see, okay, how is the ERCOT market actually operating, and trying to replicate that. But I think we still got a lot of things right in this model, and it kind of tells us a little bit about where we are now and where we're going. And again, is the cautionary tale that I present when I go around the country talking about this. So in what we have here in the second column under current policies is what at the time we figured the grid would look like in 2030. The Texas grid would look like in 2030 if we continued under the current policy regime. In fact, we hit those numbers of wind capacity and solar capacity in about the end of 2022. And so we had and we didn't quite add as much gas capacity as what's shown here. We've added just a little bit, but not that much. And we've kept our coal. So that actually was a pretty good guess, but we were 8 years too late. The grid's evolving a lot faster and demand's growing a lot faster than we had predicted in 2019. And so now we're looking at what's coming, and by the end of next year, it's very possible that we could see the numbers that are in that third plot there, or the third column there. We're already about 40 gigawatts of wind capacity now, and we're already pretty close to hitting that 25 gigawatt number of solar capacity. And batteries are probably also going to be up easily up to 10 gigawatts by the end of next year. Now, we've kept our coal capacity. The only thing different is that we've kept our coal capacity because of demand growth. The only thing that's really saving coal in Texas is the fact that demand is growing at a clip such that we're not eating too deeply into our base load. There are times when we are eating deep into our base load, particularly in the shoulder seasons. We had a time back in March this year where we had net load less than 10 gigawatts. So we basically had the entire system for about 30 gigawatts of our demand was being met by wind and solar. And we had about 5 gigawatts of nuclear and only 5 gigawatts of gas and coal online. So when you have baseload units, particularly our coal units that are trying to manage around that, that's really hard. If that becomes a regular feature, we're going to see more coal retire, and we're going to be replacing it with more expensive peaking gas. And so that's going to create the cost pressures that you see down in the bottom two rows there. These cost pressures from our cost of service model really start to become apparent once you get beyond about the 35-40% mark in terms of your wind and solar penetration. And we're starting to see that now. We're at about 35% now in Texas, and we're actually our cost per megawatt hour is about $60 last year. It's probably going to be in the 50 to 60 range this year. So we're kind of sitting between the second and third columns there in this plot. And that's, again, the looming problem is how do we, if we're going to go to 50% or beyond of wind and solar, how do we prove this model wrong? Is it possible to do that without these cost pressures? I don't know, but I think the burden of proof is on the people building wind and solar to say that, okay, we're going to, they need to show us that, and if you as a public service commission, when you're studying IRPs and hearing about this, I think you need to be asking the hard questions, and that's, I think, my takeaway is that you need to be asking the hard questions about, okay, given the existing experience of states that are doing this, how is it can we do this in a way that doesn't increase costs in the same manner? And if it is going to increase costs in the same manner, well, maybe we need to think about doing something else. So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time and open up to questions. Thank you again for having me here and for allowing me to share a little bit of our experience in Texas and hopefully provide some lessons from y'all.
Thank you, Dr. Bennett. Appreciate your presentation and the research. A lot of information here to go through. So do you see Texas, are they developing any new nuclear? What's kind of going on with the nuclear side?
Yeah, I get asked that question almost every time I give a talk now, and it's a very good question because there's kind of two facets to it. Yes, there is a lot of talk. We have a working group at our Public Utility Commission that's focused on how can we bring nuclear capacity to Texas, especially with just the incredible forecast that we're seeing for data centers. There's a lot of talk and a lot of desire to use nuclear to meet some of that demand because nuclear is really the only way that we can meet that. A lot of that data center demand is 24/7, except for crypto mining. but a lot of data center demand is 24/7. The only way we're going to meet that without increasing emissions is with nuclear. So obviously there's a lot of talk about that. The challenge with that is, and so that's the one facet of it. The flip side of that is that, our grid is increasingly becoming hostile to baseload power. Like I said, the only reason that we're saving our baseload that we currently have is because of demand growth. Demand is essentially keeping up with the wind and solar growth. And unlike in California, where you see they're having negative net load now, they're actually exporting solar power during the middle of the day. We've managed to stay out of that situation. But because nuclear is even the advanced nuclear that does a better job of being able to ramp, the economics of nuclear, high capital cost facilities, low operating costs, they need to be able to run for a lot of hours during the day and get paid, and not have to suffer through long periods of zero or negative prices like we have in Texas to be economic. So even if we can remove some of the regulatory barriers at the federal level, and we're seeing some progress in that regard, our grid with this much wind and solar in our system, and if we're going to keep favoring wind and solar through our market design and through the subsidies, there's no room for nuclear. There's just not, the two resources don't really play well together, nuclear and wind and solar.
That was a follow-up question. If nuclear was to come online, what would it obviously they would want to displace the coal, but would the nuclear and grid displace the wind and solar or the nat gas?
No, I mean, it would really, under our current market design, it's going to replace first coal and then combined cycle gas, because it's primarily going to operate at the times when those resources are being used. And it's not going to necessarily replace peaking gas, because the peaking gas is being used for just those times when demand is high, right? It's not being used for base load, and so it's.
Sorry to interrupt. We had some common questions. Does Texas have any photovoltaic or solar panel recycling centers that you know of?
Not to my knowledge, no. It's actually a good question, because it's it's a problem that we're going to be facing coming up pretty quickly here. We're already kind of facing it with wind. We have set policies and rules in place around decommissioning wind and solar facilities, so that we have a pretty good regulatory structure around that. But the disposal issue is one that we haven't really tackled. And there's already been a lot of people starting to complain about, there's a couple places out in West Texas where they're disposing of wind turbines, and they're just kind of sitting there, right? We can't recycle the fiberglass easily. Same thing with polycrystalline silicon. That's very hard to recycle. It's very energy intensive. And so what are we going to do? How are we going to dispose of these? We can decommission. We can take these facilities, out and return the land to its previous state. But then what are we going to do with all the materials once we get done with them? And I know from my academic background that there are a lot of people that are working on different ways to recycle these materials. But right now, it's a lot of it boils down to using a lot of heat and a lot of energy, and it's expensive. So right now, it's a big challenge to face that. Same thing with batteries too. We recycle more than 90% of our lead acid batteries because it's easy to melt them down. You can melt lead really easily, and the plastic you can recycle. Lithium-ion batteries are a lot harder to recycle, and so that's been a big scientific challenge over the last 10 years. And I think we'll get better at those things, but it's a long process. That's my thing is everything gets better in energy, but it always takes a long time, right? It's not something that we're just going to magically come up with a solution in the next 10 years, right?
And you may or may not know this, but obviously there's concern about how does Texas address wind and solar generation? How much regulation do they have over where it's placed? And like you said, as far as cleanup, are there Is there a common fund to control the cleanup at the end of life, or is it just relying on the contract with the landowner with bonds?
Yeah, so we have regulations around the facilities when they're built have to post a surety bond and have financial assurance to be able to decommission the facility. The issue is that there's nothing around the challenge we're facing is there's nothing around the disposal, right? They can dispose of it wherever they want, and there's not really a lot of regulation or financial guarantees associated with that. So that's the issue that we're dealing with, is the decommissioning and also the disposal. Now, in terms of siting, we don't really have any particular regulations around siting. We set some restrictions around siting around military bases, just for particularly for wind, because of flight patterns and things like that, military bases and airports. But other than that, there's you're pretty much the developers have a lot of choices of where they want to site. And, it's for the most part, now there are counties that are instituting, I should say that's at the state level. And I think it's appropriate for the way, we operate in Texas, that we leave most of those decisions to the counties. But there are a lot of definitely growing numbers, particularly as we're starting to run out of more rural, remote sites to put wind and solar, particularly solar, that there are a lot more land use conflicts coming into play where, and we hear this all the time from people out, in rural parts of the state. I get calls probably every month from people, why are we building this out here? What's going on? There's people that obviously are benefiting financially from it, which is great. But there's also, their neighbors who aren't building wind and solar facilities on their land. They're having to deal with the noise pollution, just the general changing of the landscape. There's runoff issues, particularly with solar. If you clear land for solar, and there's been runoff issues that people have been been talking about. So, we've left those decisions to the counties, but that doesn't mean that there's not problems. There are definitely, challenges out there.
How many acres of solar do y'all have? Do you know?
That is a great question, actually. I have to get back to you on that.
Okay, no worries. We're at about 20 gigawatts right now, total solar capacity. And so if you figure that, typical solar facility takes up about 30 square miles, a gigawatt solar facility is 30 square miles, so 20 times 30, 600 square miles. Or that's about, I guess it's on the order of 50,000 acres. Am I doing my math right? Wow. So it's, but it's, we did some math. A while back, actually, when we did that 2019 study, and we figured that the total land use, if we were to get above 80% wind and solar, would be about 6 times the size of Harris County, which is the county where Houston is. It'd be about 6 times that size, and it'd be about, I think on the order of 50 times as much land right now as we use for our current grid infrastructure. And right, the thermal infrastructure, the gas and coal infrastructure we have, would be 50 times as much land, roughly speaking. Because solar is a little more land dense, wind is a little less, right? So they average out to about 50 times the current land use that we have for our grid, and that includes generation and transmission. Okay. Commissioner Carr, you have some questions?
This past year, y'all had a hailstorm in Texas where there was about 4,500 acres of solar fields that was destroyed. How did y'all handle that on your environmental and the concerns that the citizens had on their aquifer?
Yeah, I need to follow up on that, because I remember that happened this spring, and I never followed up with folks out there about what what's being done now to clean that up. I'm assuming that I'm assuming that there was some insurance that was involved and that covered some of the cleanup, but I don't know to what extent that actually is happening. So I can get back with you to answer that question later. But
Okay,
yeah,
Matt?
it's definitely. I mean, again, just like with the weather resiliency and being resilient to ice and snow, you know, hurricanes and hail are also a big thing in Texas, as they are in Mississippi. So that's something that we have to consider when we're building facilities, especially, you know, closer to the coast.
Okay. The next question is, on your last screen, you're talking about your projections in 2022 and 2025. So as you move down, how are you getting these projections on future growth or present growth?
Yeah, basically what we did there was we just said, okay, if we're going to have, what would the grid look like if it was 50% wind and solar, 80% wind and solar, and 100%? And what would the kind of, you know, optimizing a little bit to find the lowest cost resource mix, what would it look like? So these aren't actual projections in terms of where we think the market is going. We're actually working on that now, trying to get actually like a real market model built to try and look at this is just a simple, okay, if the grid were to have this much, what would it need to look like from an optimized resource standpoint? And so it just so happens that, you know, what we thought the grid would look like under current policies, that was reached in 2022, and then, you know, the 50% column is kind of where we're heading now for 2025 if you look at the resources that are in our queue. So we didn't build the model with any particular, like, oh, this is what the market's going to look like in this year. It just so happened that when we built it out, that we reached those milestones in these given years.
Okay, when the wind stops blowing and the sun stops shining on your projections, are you going to be short on your gas generation or your coal, since we are taking coal units offline?
Yeah, so what we did here was we used actually the 2018 weather year, which is a pretty average weather year, both winter and summer for Texas, and just said, okay, how much resources do we need to cover off and ensure that we don't have any outages during that year. Now, if you had this same resource mix during, you know, the winter storm in 2021, yeah, we would have had you know, a lot of outages just like what we had, right? So this is enough to get us by for an average weather year, but if you're going to be, you know, have a reserve margin, and that includes a 10% reserve margin too. But if you're going to be a little more resilient to some of the extreme weather that we have seen and that, you know, we can expect, then you're probably going to need a little more than what we have here in this model, particularly more energy storage. Actually the 100% renewable column, what that amount of energy storage represents is about 1 day of storage for the entire state. So 533 gigawatts of 4-hour batteries is about enough to store the entire state's electricity usage for 1 day. And that 1 day actually in our model occurs in January, because that's when you need to use the energy storage the most for the longest duration is in the winter, because your solar resource drops off. And so that's what we're seeing now, is we're seeing, even though we have our system is summer peaking in terms of demand, if you look at net demand, right, demand minus wind minus solar, we're becoming a winter peaking system in terms of our the strain on our dispatchable generation. When do we need the most dispatchable generation? Well, it's actually the winter time, and that's what we need to be looking at is what the winter is gonna do, and that's where we need to set our goal for our dispatchable resource mix.
Thank you.
Okay, we have sorry to cut the discussion's short. We have enough time for a couple questions. I hear stomachs rumbling, sorry. Gentleman on the front.
What's he doing about solar flares and EMPs?
Did you hear the question, Dr. Bennett?
What is Texas doing about that?
What's your concern about solar flares and EMPs on wind and solar generation, or just all forms of generation?
Yeah, that is an all forms of generation question, and yeah, there's I think just in general what we've seen coming out of both the ice storm that we had in Austin last year and then the hurricane in Houston this year is a greater recognition that our transmission distribution system is vulnerable in a lot of ways to weather and to attacks, et cetera, and that we are underinvesting in that. And so there was a bill passed last session to allow for utilities to request a rider from the Public Utility Commission to do more resiliency projects, so they can the PUC can kind of go through an expedited process to enable the utilities to make some of these investments, to invest in upgrading, hardening their transformers. If you're talking about a solar flare or something like that, you can make a request for that. You can, obviously now with CenterPoint and the hurricane in Houston, they're trying to get a lot of money to try and upgrade some of their distribution infrastructure and trim trees and things like that. So we're trying to expedite the process for that, because we recognize that, it is a big vulnerability. But again, there's cost pressure there. The cost of doing that is kind of running up against the increasing costs of managing our system and the costs that are coming to bear in the wholesale market, which is what I talked about in the presentation. So the question is, yes, we absolutely recognize that those are threats and that we need to start being more prepared for that, because we've seen what can happen if we're not prepared. At the same time, how much are we willing to spend to improve our resiliency on that? That's a question that we've yet to answer.
Did that answer your question?
What is the cost of not having electricity for a certain amount of time? How many lives would be lost?
Well, we lost upwards of 500 lives during Winter Storm Uri. So that was that's an empirical example if you want to use one. I'm sure the commissioners are aware there's a lot of work done out there to try and quantify what is the value of lost load. So what's kind of the economic value of losing electricity, and how does that, over what period of time? We're actually in the process right now of updating those numbers. Our Public Utility Commission is updating their numbers on the value of lost load, and also doing, for the first time in a long time, trying to look at what kind of reliability standards should we build around that. So assuming that the value of lost load for different tiers of customers is X, Y, and Z, how does that then, what kind of reliability standard do we want to build to ensure that the amount of insurance that we're buying in terms of reserve margin, in terms of resiliency in the transmission distribution system, corresponds to the economic value of having electricity all the time. I mean, we can't ensure the lights are going to stay on 100% of the time, right? There's some value less than 100% that we have to shoot for. So that's what I think now finally, again, we didn't have enough of these discussions over the last 15 years, and now we're being forced to have them by the circumstances. And so it's good that we are having them, but we're way behind the curve in terms of these investments. And
Dr. Bennett, we have one more question, then we're going to lunch. And young lady.
Thank you, Dr. Bennett. Very, very informative. But you don't hear much about how this affects internet services. In Mississippi, we spend a lot of money on broadband, and how are we looking at that as to impact our internet system, internet services all across the grid?
Yeah, and that was a problem during Winter Storm Uri, was that, you know, a lot of people that, of course, you don't have electricity, and, you know, you don't have internet, and even in some areas where, you know, you didn't have cell service, because, you know, your cell towers will typically have maybe 8 to 12 hours worth of backup power, not 3 days, right? And so that, and that goes into the previous question about the value of lost load, which is that, you know, the longer that an outage goes on, the problems rise exponentially, and that's what we saw. Is, you know, we can deal with outages for a few hours, but when it becomes days and days, then yeah, you have things like communication, and you know, your house loses heat, it loses all its heat or air conditioning, and your ambient temperature, and that's when people start to, you know, the threat to people's lives really comes into play. And so our goal, I think, going forward is, we can't eliminate outages, but can we at least eliminate the, you know, the days long outages that we've seen, both from that winter storm and then also from the, you know, the hurricane that we had in Houston last month.
Thank you for the questions. And last question, just a short answer. I hate to hold anybody else up, but it was reported that had the outage gone much longer, that the grid would have been down for months at a time. Is that true in Texas?
Yeah. So actually, what you're referring to is so Monday morning, the Monday morning that the storm hit, and we started losing power plants very quickly. ERCOT was having to gradually increase the outage, the rolling outages. Right, they're having to take more and more of the grid offline, cutting power to keep up with the loss of generation, and to keep the frequency stable. Right, as y'all know, you have to. There's a very narrow band around 60 hertz that you have to keep the frequency at, and the grid operator, that's their number one job. And so the outages were occurring so quickly that there was a period of time where we were about 5 minutes away from, if they had waited 5 more minutes to cut power, to take another tranche of power out of the system, cut more people off, then the frequency would have dropped below a critical level, and we would have had a total blackout. And when you have a total blackout like that, that takes weeks to come back from. Fortunately we kept the frequency stable. The grid operators did their job, and we were able to. While some areas had complete outages, including Austin, there was so much critical infrastructure here in the state capital that there were some areas that we were just out of power for 4 days. But at least the grid as a whole, stayed online, and we didn't have to go to a total black start. And we found actually in a study after the storm that a lot of our black start facilities were lacking in some of their fuel, having enough fuel stored on site, and being able to actually come up and operate from a black start. And so it would have been, had that happened, had it been 5 more minutes, and the grid operators had not done their job, then it would have been truly a disaster unlike anything we've ever seen. And so that was a sobering aspect of it, that we were that close to having that happen.
Dr. Bennett, I appreciate your time and your presentation, and we'll be in contact, I'm sure, in the future as we go down this path. And as that, I guess that last statement again shows the importance of what we're trying to discern is how do you best deliver energy that is reliable, affordable, and sustainable. Yeah. So I know that's what everybody wants, so we may have different ways to get there, but that's the open dialogue, and I appreciate everybody coming so far. We'll have an abbreviated lunch. We'll be back at 1, and thank you all again, and Lord willing, we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thanks for coming. Go wait just, okay. Oh, there you go. You got it.
Yeah, thank you for bearing with me to get set up here for just a minute. As Commissioner Brown said, I'm Stephanie Lee. I'm with the Mississippi State Board of Contractors. So I'd like to thank Bob Odom for reaching out and inviting us to come and participate in today's session. Especially excited that we're the first speaker up right after lunch. So hope everybody enjoyed their
Do your best
lunch.
not to put them to sleep. It's on you.
That's what I was just about to say. The pressure's on. I hope I don't bore you to sleep during my presentation. So we'll go ahead and get started. I thought first I'd give just an overview of the Board of Contractors, who we are and what we do, and then we'll touch on some of the issues that we see as far as solar construction in Mississippi. So just a little background about our agency. We were created by the legislature in 1952, so we've been in existence for a little over 70 years. We are responsible for licensing and regulating construction contractors in Mississippi. We do everything from commercial building construction, residential construction, road and bridge construction, electrical contractors, solar contractors, and everything in between. So on the screen, you'll see just a general overview of who's required to have a contractor's license in Mississippi. And since this is a solar summit, we're going to focus on those that are required to have a solar contractor's license. So to begin with, on commercial projects, any contractor, whether it's the general contractor or the subcontractor, that's doing work on a commercial project over $50,000 is required to have a state license. On a residential project, all residential solar contractors, if you're doing any type of solar installation work, then you're required to have a state license. I'm going to apologize. Let me just make a little disclosure. I'm terrible about moving around when I'm speaking, and they told me I have to stand still at the podium. So I'm going to try to stay in this spot. I hope that it comes across over the live stream. But let me just go ahead and apologize. If I stray, then somebody signal me and tell me to get back where I'm supposed to be. As I said, this is the general list of who's required to have a state license in Mississippi. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what the process is for getting a license in Mississippi and the benefits of licensure in the state. So our agency is the administrative agency that licenses and regulates construction contractors. Our main purpose is to protect health, safety, and welfare of all persons dealing with those engaged in the vocation of contracting. So, obviously, one of the benefits of construction licensing is public protection. Some of the other benefits are listed there on the screen. Licensure provides consistency and helps maintain credibility within the industry. It also helps create a fair marketplace. It keeps money in the legal economy and out from the underground economy. It also helps support portability and reciprocity for construction contractors who may move from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. In order to get a state contractor's license, it's basically a three-step process. The first step is the application process. We're going to ask for all your identifying information, such as your name, address, phone numbers, email address, and that type of information, as well as your experience. Then there's also an exam component. So there's two tests that are required to get a solar contractor's license. One is the trade exam, which is going to focus on competency. And then the second exam is a law and business exam. A lot of people kind of freak out about that requirement. You shouldn't. It is a basic 50-question test. It is going to cover basic licensing laws, and the test is also going to cover some basic business practices. It is designed to help ensure successful business. What we see often at our agency in the form of complaints are not necessarily things related to workmanship issues, but a lot of complaints that arise out of poor business practices. So some of the things that are covered on this test are cautioning business owners, contractors, not to commingle their funds, not to use funds from one project to pay for the cost of another project. When that happens, it's just a downward spiral, and eventually those practices will affect the workmanship. So that's why we require that law and business exam by every applicant. The third step is board review and approval. So once we receive all the requested information and the passing exam scores, then your application is presented to the board for review and approval. We do that on a weekly basis. Mississippi, we used to lead the country in the processing of those applications by doing it on a weekly basis, but several of our sister states have copied our practices, and now they've improved upon those. So a couple of them, I think Louisiana may issue on a daily basis, but we do on a weekly basis, and that's still fairly prompt in being able to process your application for licensure. I do want to say one thing about the licensure and the licensure fees that we collect. It's something that I'm very proud of, that the construction industry in Mississippi, very forward-thinking. Over 20 plus years ago, our contractors realized that we would be facing a skilled workforce shortage in Mississippi. To counteract this, they petitioned the legislature to self-impose an additional fee that would be collected by our agency, and that fee, after we collect that, is dispersed back out to high schools and community colleges and universities in Mississippi that have construction education and craft training programs. So just keep that in mind when you're paying the licensure fee. It all goes back to help fund construction education in Mississippi. Once the license is issued, anyone can find a licensed contractor on our website, Mississippi State Board of Contractors, using the search contractor feature. You can search by the contractor's name or by their license number. There's also an advanced search feature. So if you're interested in finding all of the solar contractors in Mississippi, you can search by that particular classification. If you're interested in finding all of licensed contractors, for instance, in Tate County, then you can find that using the search contractor feature. And then there's a lot of other filters. You can search that however you're desiring to find the contractor or what type of contractor in your area. In regards to our consumer protection, as I mentioned earlier, public protection is one of the main focuses of our agency. And so I also have here with me today Kate Hilliard. Kate, if you want to raise your hand. Kate's a longtime investigator with our agency. She's also our outreach coordinator. So we do a lot of public education through the Board of Contractors. We do licensing workshops and SCAM seminars all throughout the state, and Kate's responsible for coordinating those and facilitating those. Our agency, through the affiliation with the National Association of State Contractor Licensing Agencies, began focusing on consumer protection issues several years ago. To me, solar wasn't a huge issue in Mississippi until about 2016. At that time, we began working on these consumer protection brochures that we developed to help educate consumers about things to consider if they're looking to install solar on their property. And I'm going to go into more detail about those in just a minute. About that same time, we also began working with the Public Service Commission and the Attorney General's Office to develop a net metering consumer education piece. And this information is available on the Public Service Commission's website as well as through the Attorney General's Office. As I said, as the solar work and solar contractors we were seeing move really from the West Coast towards the East Coast and moving into Mississippi, we wanted to be proactive in warning consumers about things to be aware of when considering solar construction. We worked closely with California and Nevada and even our sister state, Louisiana, in researching and developing issues that they saw that were very common in their states, because as I said, we wanted to be proactive in helping educate consumers about what to be aware of. So when we talk about things that consumers need to be aware of when they're considering solar for their property, you have to know your finances. You got to know what your budget is. And this is true in regards to whether it's a solar project or any type of project related to your property. You have to first know your budget. Solar installation for the home can be thousands of dollars. There may be some tax credits that are available to you, but you need to be cautious about tax credit schemes. And I'll go into a little more detail about that shortly. You also have to know your system size. You got to know your annual electricity bill and your kilowatt payment. Other things that you need to consider is how long do you plan on staying in your home? As I mentioned, the investment can be quite costly, and it may take some number of years before you're able to recoup the energy savings to offset the investment that you make in your system. Another important factor for consumers to consider is the orientation of their home, the orientation of their roof. Do you get southern sky exposure? Do you have unobstructed views? Do you have shade trees or other structures that may impact the maximum energy generation? You also want to think about what is the age of your roof. How old is your home? Will it structurally support installation of solar panels? And then you need to think about the effect of the installation on your existing structure. Will the installation affect your current roof warranty? Some companies may not continue their warranty if the solar installation has penetrated your shingles. So those are some of the things that you need to think about. Let's move on and talk a little bit about solar energy scams. Again, this is not just related to solar construction. These are things, these are tactics and issues that in all of our Scam Stopper seminars that we warn consumers about. First of all, false advertising. Some companies may overpromise the benefits and the rewards that you may receive. Just remember the old adage, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. That should be a red flag for you. High pressure sales tactics. Again, another common red flag that we warn consumers about. For most people, your home is the largest investment that you will ever make. You never want to be rushed into make a decision that's going to impact your home or the value of your home. So if you're dealing with someone with high pressure sales tactics, that should be an immediately red flag, and you need to pause and take a minute to research and really think about what they're wanting you to invest in. Requests for large payments up front or large cash payments. Again, this is true for any project that you do, and that should be another red flag to cause you to take a second and pause and think about that before you continue. There's been some lease scams. When I mentioned earlier that we dealt a lot with the state of Louisiana when we were developing our consumer education pieces. One of the things that were most prevalent at the time in Louisiana in regards to complaints that that agency was receiving were lease scams. It wasn't so much the work installation, but the sales tactics. It was high pressure sales tactics. Oftentimes they were promising large returns, large energy savings, and you know, what happened is oftentimes they were targeted against low income and elderly individuals. They may have convinced them to use their home or their property as collateral to finance the purchase. And then when those savings benefits didn't materialize, some of those individuals lost their property. You got to think about the equipment that may be getting installed on your property. Is this the most up-to-date equipment, or are these older panels that someone's trying to get rid of? What are you going to do if there's hail damage? How do you dispose of the panels? Where do you dispose of them? You can't just put them at the end of your driveway for your weekly garbage man to pick up. So these are all things that you need to think about and discuss with your contractor or your salesperson when you're considering investing in solar for your home. Identity theft, we always caution consumers about identity theft. Anytime there are tax credits or new tax credits or new leasing potentials that may be available through state, local, or federal agencies, unfortunately, you have some scammer out there that's going to be trailing them, trying to take advantage of that situation. They may often pose as a legitimate government official, offering you a benefit when really they're just trying to obtain your identity information and use that for unscrupulous purposes. So be leery of giving out your personal identifying information, especially to a stranger, especially one that's knocking door to door. In order to avoid a lot of these scams, you want to follow these steps. First, we always encourage people to use state licensed contractors. You could check our website to determine if your contractor is properly licensed. You also want to check with your local building officials in whatever city or county that you live in to see what requirements the local jurisdiction has. Many of them will have permitting or bonding requirements, so you want to make sure that your contractor is properly licensed and meeting their requirements as well. Get at least 3 references for any system that you're considering. I'm going to caution this by saying anybody can provide a reference. You're going to have to do a little bit of homework to make sure those references are valid. A lot of online services may or may not can be trusted. They may be paid for advertising, or you can just have multiple people doing false references on those sites. We encourage people to reach out to someone you personally know that's used that contractor so that you can get a personal reference, someone that you trust, and then also make sure that you follow up with them to determine if they were satisfied with the work that was performed. When you're getting your bids, you want to make sure that you're comparing apples to apples. Or is the scope of work the same? Are the material specifications the same? If not, that could be the reason for a large swing in the cost that you're being provided on the estimate. You always want to make sure that you get your agreement in writing and make sure that it specifies the details of the work that are to be performed, when it's to be performed, who's going to be performing that work. And you want to make sure it includes details in regards to the payment schedule and the completion timeline. If there's a dispute after the fact, you want to be able to have that document to refer back to. Getting your agreement in writing is protection for you as well as for the contractor, and legitimately licensed contractors should not be opposed to providing that agreement to you in writing. I talked earlier about making a large down payment. Again, that's a red flag. We always caution people against making a large down payment. Another thing is don't let your payments get ahead of the work that's being performed. And you want to make sure that we always encourage people to make sure they wait till the end of the project is completed and that they're satisfied before they make their final payment. Contractors may be required to pull permits or get inspections on the local level. A lot of people are surprised to learn that a good portion of the state doesn't do statewide building code inspections. So the inspection may not be required, but when the law was changed 2 years ago to require residential solar contractors to have a license, at that time they also required all cities and counties to issue permits. Obviously, some cities and counties are much more proactive in following through with that mandate. For instance, City of Jackson, they're going to be much more proactive in requiring a permit and doing inspections. But if you're in a smaller town, maybe Hot Coffee, Mississippi, they may not be doing inspections. So just be aware of that. Make sure you get your warranties in writing. This is the same as we talked about as far as your agreement. As far as your warranties, you want to make sure there's details in there. What happens if you have an equipment failure? How's it going to be replaced? Does the warranty include things like maintenance or cleaning that may be required for your solar panels? So again, having those things in writing that you can refer back to is very important for you as a consumer to help protect yourself. Here's some additional, oh, we skipped ahead, I'm so sorry. Here's some additional resources of agencies that you can contact. Try to get it back on the screen. Jumped ahead. But these additional resources that you can contact to get additional information, there they are, I finally found it. That you can go to their website or contact that agency for additional information regarding their consumer education pieces or any other tips and tricks they may have for you. I mentioned earlier that our state worked with the National Association of State Contractor Licensing Agencies. Mississippi is actually a founding member of that association. We recently participated through that association in conjunction with the Solar Energy Industries Association in reviewing their new standards that they are proposing for solar contractors. Those new standards are related to residential installation standards as well as consumer protection standards. And those are focusing on promoting industry excellence and integrity. Both of those drafts of those standards are open and available for public comment now until September. This is how I'm going to show you a few slides of how you can get in touch with our agency and remain in touch with our agency. We have a text alert system. You can text MSBOC to 95577 to get updates directly to your phone from our agency. We also have an app. Everything that I've talked about today, as well as our other consumer information, how to get a license, how to renew a license, all the things that our agency does is available on our website, and it's available directly through our app, just like it is on our website. This is our contact information, our phone number, and then our website there at the end of that page. If you have any questions after today's presentation, and they don't get answered today, feel free to reach out to us and contact us. We'll be glad to help you. You can also sign up for our newsletter. We publish a quarterly newsletter that gives updated information about the agency, any changes in licensing laws and so forth, as well as distribute a list of our recent violators. Not really sure how I'm doing on time, but if there's any questions, I think we have time for questions.
We have 15 minutes. So appreciate your presentations, very thorough. I know I actually tried to get I got a quote for a whole home off-grid system, so it's very, very interesting to go down that path, and it's nice that you are putting out information for consumers to kind of go by. So any questions, Commissioner?
Well, thank you for your presentation. I liken this whole process to someone buying a house. If you're the landowner, you want to make sure that you're not the most uneducated person in the room, because when you're going into these things, you want to be educated, and I want to make sure we point people in the direction of educational resources so that they can help them make the best decisions for their family and for their land ownership as part of the land management plan going forward. So I look forward to continuing to work with you and everyone out here to help make our system better.
Commissioner Carr?
So in our state, we have 82 counties. Is all the counties, do they have a code office?
With the change in the law that passed in 2022, all cities and counties are now required by state law to issue permits. When they passed that change, they didn't mandate building codes or the enforcement of building codes. So again, some cities are much more, or counties are much more proactive. Madison, for instance, Jackson, They do inspections, they have code enforcement. Most of the cities and counties along the coast, obviously due to hurricanes and the things that come along with that, do permitting and inspections as well. But again, a lot of areas in North Mississippi may not have code officials or inspections, so.
So if we're putting solar panels on a house in a rural area, who inspects to make sure it's done correctly?
No one, and that's one of the things that we've been trying to work with the legislature to educate them on the importance of the building codes. Again, not trying to create a burden or make the process more cumbersome, but it's really a safety issue. And so just educating them about the importance of that safety and how licensing, permitting, and inspections all work together to help protect.
So when you have a solar field, a mega solar field, who inspects it if it's in a county that doesn't have a code office?
If it's in a city or county that has one, then they would be inspecting it. But if it's in an area where they don't have one, it may not be getting inspected.
Okay.
And there's a lot of conflation between legislators, contractors, consumers in regards to licensing, permitting, and inspections. Oftentimes, those terms are used interchangeably, and they mean very different things. So it's really important for us to work together to help educate people on what the difference of those are and how they all work together to help support that public protection piece.
Sorry to interrupt, but from your perspective, just a follow-up to Commissioner Carr's question. So what's the benefit from a contractor standpoint of having it inspected? What's the downside and what's the possibilities if y'all aren't involved and there's no local office to inspect the site?
Well, obviously, if you're in an area where it's inspected, then the consumer is assured that it has met at least the minimum building code, and they can be assured that it has met that. And so there's protection for the consumer, protection for the contractor from a liability standpoint that they've met that level. So if something were to come up later on, they can say, well, it passed code, it passed inspection. So there's a benefit for the contractor from that perspective, as well as the benefit to the consumer that they can have some assurance that it has been installed or constructed properly.
It's my understanding that, and this happened in the southwest part of the state, a solar went in and put it on a house, and there was no licensing there. So the inspector was a utility company. When they got there, it wasn't done correctly. It's from the meter side and from the load side. But what was done on top of the roof, they didn't go up there and inspect. So that's an issue that we have to address sooner or later.
Related to that issue is also the fact that Mississippi has a statewide building code, but they really don't have a statewide building code. Several years ago, the legislature passed a statewide building code. What they passed was that any city or county that you should match one of the 3 most recent versions of the building code, but they gave them the option of opting out. I believe they intended that if you opted out of one of the 3 most recent versions, they thought that you would put even maybe an older version of the code in, but what happened in turn is several cities and counties just completely opted out without anything in place. So therefore, there was no inspections or no standard to have to hold a contractor to in those areas where they opted out. Prior to the 2022 changes, 50% of cities and 70% of counties in Mississippi did not have permitting or inspection.
So as far as contracting, would they also technically have a permit to take the solar panels off at the end of life?
Yeah. So on the permitting, we just issue the license, the professional license for the contractor, but the permitting is handled again on the local jurisdictional level, and that varies from city to city and county to county. Some cities, like I said earlier, Madison, very proactive in their permitting process and their inspection process, but then again, some of your more rural areas may not be as proactive in that regard.
I know a lot of people put it on their rooftop. Is there any rules or regulations that you know of to keep them from putting it in their yard? solar panels in their yard? Do you see that?
I don't know that. That's outside of what we.
This is the whole problem. There are no rules for big solar. All these wonderful rules and regulations for putting things on roofs, but you want to put it in your yard, you have regulations around your neighborhood. But when you have 1,000 acres and you get charmed by the lease scams and the high-pressure sales, we get that on the big farms too. That's not putting on the roof. But I wish Mississippi would be a leader, like you just said, we're founding members of putting together legislation or help or whatever we need to protect our landowners and their neighbors from these scams.
Yeah, we were covering some of that earlier because those questions are still out there. You know, how do we make sure that kind of that we move forward in a logical way.
As we speak today, your department does not conduct any type of oversight on solar on big land.
So what our agency does is we're responsible for the licensing of the contractors, and we do have investigators that travel throughout the state to ensure compliance with the licensing laws. Licensing is different. It's the professional license that's required to perform construction in Mississippi, but that is different from inspecting to ensure that the work has been done up to par with whatever required code may be in place in that particular jurisdiction. Well, again, we would check to make sure that the contractor is in compliance with the licensing laws, and then the local levels, either the city or county, wherever it's being put, is in charge of determining if they want to require permitting and or if they're going to do inspections and what version of the building code they're going to hold them to. And those vary all over the state. Some cities require a permit, some may require a bond, some may require insurance. Some do have a building code in place. It's maybe an updated version of the building code. But again, those rural areas, a lot of them, the permitting process is simply sign your name on that yellow notepad at the end of the desk. We'll see you later. So it varies widely throughout the state. This is something that our agency's been working to address with the legislature for quite some time. We balance that, these requirements against being a deterrent to business. It's always key when we're approaching these issues.
What is required? What do they have to obtain a license to do a solar field? Or is it 2 licenses? Is it a development license? General contractors?
So from the contractor's license, from the commercial standpoint, they have to, if it's over 50,000, commercial or industrial, over 50,000, all contractors are required to have a state license with our agency. And that applies whether you're the general contractor or the subcontractor. It doesn't matter if you're a second, third, or fourth tier subcontractor. If the amount of your work is over 50, you have to have a state license. In order to get that state license, you have to be properly registered with the Secretary of State. You have to have your tax ID numbers. You have to show proof of general liability insurance coverage. And then the identifying information on the application, as well as proof of experience. All of that's taken into consideration by the board before the license is issued. For commercial contractors, there is a financial component that's required because Mississippi, unlike some other states that have a tiered licensing system, our license is unlimited. So once you obtain a license with our agency, you can do a $50,000 project or you could do a $50 million project. So we do have a minimum financial requirement that must be demonstrated before the license is issued. In regards to residential contractors, they would apply for the residential solar license. Like I said, there's the trade exams, and then the application process, general liability, tax ID numbers, the same on that end as well.
How many states do we reciprocate with?
Mississippi has reciprocity agreements with 11 other states. And then you have to look at the details of those agreements to know whether a particular classification of work transfers to the other state. Now, when I say we have an agreement, oftentimes on reciprocity, that's confusing for people because it doesn't mean you automatically can do work in Mississippi. You still have to apply for and obtain your license in the reciprocating state, but the trade exam will be waived if you meet the conditions of the particular agreement with the state that you're reciprocating to.
Yes. What,
Okay. Look, I failed to mention this earlier. My name is Will Shirley with Sundial Solar Power Developers. We've had a license for solar construction since 2009 in the state of Mississippi. You mentioned reciprocity. So I've got a question concerning reciprocity. We're looking to expand into Tennessee and Louisiana and Arkansas. So what is the time frame to approve a reciprocity application?
The time frame as far as getting the license in the state that you want to go to is going to be up to the state that you're going to and whatever their processes and procedures of how quickly they process their applications or how timely they submit them to the board for review and approval. The piece that applies under the reciprocity agreement is whether or not the trade exam will be waived. You can get that verification from our state just by submitting a form or coming into the office, and we can get that completed for you within 24 hours. You'll need that verification to go to with your application to the other state that you're wanting to reciprocate to. That's just a piece of the application process. In other words, you won't have to retake the trade exam if that classification is covered under our reciprocity agreement. And that varies depending on which state you're going to. I have my number up there on the screen. If you want to reach out to me, we can go over those in detail as to which states you're interested in and let you know if that's something that's covered under our contractual agreement with that state. You're welcome.
thank you. We have time for one more. I think the gentleman has his hand up.
Mine is an extension of his question. And you answered my question I was going to ask about getting a license here if you have to take the exam. We've done jobs in adjacent states, and we're looking into Mississippi. But you answered that. What I would like to forward is there are government grants out there, federal grants for solar for rural areas, and they will inspect USDA. You know, if you have concern about inspections. So
yeah, thank you for pointing that out. That yes, often with federal grant money or any receipts of any federal funds, they usually have their own inspection process to make sure that the funds are used properly and the work's done properly. So I appreciate you providing that.
Well, Stephanie, thank you so much for your presentation. And again, the way to answer the question is just not a whole lot of oversight or regulation in the state of Mississippi. We learned that earlier too. So we're learning a lot in this. So thank you so much for your presentation and appreciate you coming.
Thank you very much.
Yep. The next we have a Zoom call is, are they ready? Do you know? Good?
I am ready. Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
The next one up, we have Ying, and how do you pronounce your last name, Ying?
It's Aleph.
Aleph, okay. We have
Ying Aleph.
Ying Aleph.
Yes,
She's
that's
the
right.
director of the TVA Origination and Utility Scale Solar. And thank you so much for joining us and for your prepared presentation for us. So you're recognized.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm kind of flying blind because I'm not on the live stream, so I can't see if you have the slides up, but I'm assuming you do, and I'll just go through those as long as y'all can hear me okay. So can you just let me know if you can hear me okay?
We can, and I'll also let you know when the slides change so you know.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to come and speak. Again, I am Ying Aleph, and I'm the director of our Origination and Utility Scale solar group within the financial services group at TVA. And so what that means is I'm responsible for TVA's purchased power portfolio, and that includes all our traditional resources as well as all our renewable. And I also have a team that is out executing our solar strategy, and that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. I've been with TVA for a long time. I think most TVAers stay for a long time. I've been there for 19 years, the first 15 serving as a lawyer for TVA, advising on transmission and power supply, and then coming over to this role about 3 years ago. So I'm going to talk about solar expansion across the Tennessee Valley, which includes parts of Mississippi. And so I'll start on my first slide if you see it there.
Okay, it's up.
Okay. Well, so TVA was started in the 30s, and so we've been around for a long time, but things have changed since our inception, and so we have to work with all our partners and our ratepayers and our stakeholders on building tomorrow together. And what this means for TVA today is that we're providing affordable, reliable, resilient, and clean power to all the power customers in the Tennessee Valley. And with the growth that we're experiencing, which is a lot, we're having to meet growing demand. So we need more electricity. And so we're planning through FY27 is we're going to invest about $16 billion more to build new generation, to enhance our reliability of our existing assets, and start some other clean projects. And so one of the biggest elements in what I'm working on with TVA is this evolving and accelerating our clean energy program. And solar is a huge part of that. So you'll see here on the slide, we are looking at adding up to 10,000 megawatts of solar by 2035. And so there are a lot of things that go into it. We're not going to get solar, with no regard to cost. We still are going to make sure that it's at the low cost and it's good for the system and for reliability. But our target is 10,000 megawatts. So if you move to the next slide, you'll see our progress to date. Okay. So right now we have about 4,000 megawatts of that 10,000 aspirational goal achieved. And so about 1,000 of those megawatts are operating. The other approximately 3,000 are under contract and in some form of, coming online. And so you'll see from this map where those solar projects and storage projects as well are located. And a lot of them fall in the Mississippi territory. A lot of them fall on the west side of TVA service territory, and I'll talk about why in a little bit. But you can see some of those projects there in Lowndes County, in the Artesia region, and Choctaw County. So as we are moving towards 10 gigs of solar, there's things that come up often. And one of them, if you go to the next slide, comes up all the time, and that's land use. And so when you think about utility scale solar, and when I'm talking about utility scale solar, I usually think about, 50 megawatts and above. And so that type of solar is very, very land intensive. We estimate that these type of solar installations take about 10 acres per megawatt installed. So if I'm saying that we are planning to do 10,000 megawatts of solar, that means 100,000 acres taken out of production. And so that is, a very large number of acres of land. We worked with the state of Tennessee and just, studied the impact on Tennessee farmland. If we were going to do all 100,000 acres in Tennessee, which we're not, because we're going to spread it across our service territory, but even if we were, the 100,000 acres is only 1% of farmland in the state of Tennessee. And so it is a lot of land. We're not disputing that, but keeping it in perspective, it is just 1% of today's farmland in the state of Tennessee. What's the best kind of land that makes a solar project successful? Well, it's going to be large areas of open, flat land that are close to the electrical grid. because half of it is, just interconnecting to the TVA system, and that's going to incur cost if you're really far away. And so being in places that are flat, that get a lot of sun, are usually going to be agricultural places. And then, of course, the location to the electrical grid is key. And what we're seeing, and you saw on the map above, most of that's going to fall in the western part of our territory. So a lot in Mississippi, a lot in West Tennessee, a little bit in northern Alabama, and a little bit in Kentucky. But as you venture out east, it's just a lot more. The topography is hilly, and it's just not as suited for solar. So the next question when we talk about land is, why TVA are you using greenfield land instead of brownfield land? And so to answer that question, I mean, we are looking for both. We would prefer brownfield, so we don't have to disturb the land, but we're just not finding a lot of it available. So we're looking for greenfield land. But on the brownfield side, yes, yeah.
Just, define those two for the audience. Difference between greenfield
and brownfield. So, right. So greenfield is land that could still be agricultural and be used for that, and nothing's been developed on it other than just using it for agricultural purposes. And when I'm thinking about brownfield land, it's already been disturbed, and maybe it's, and I'll talk about this, it could be something that was used for stacking coal ash at one of our coal plants, or it could be mine land. It's already been disturbed, basically. And so you're not taking greenfield, meaning agricultural land, out of use if you can find a brownfield site to put it on. So we did, a study about 2 years ago to look at the best 100 sites within the Tennessee Valley that would produce for solar. And we really looked for for brownfields. And what we were able to find for the brownfield is some TVA owns land. And so, as y'all know, we have quite a few coal plants that we're retiring as we move into the future. And at those coal plants, there's a lot of coal ash that has to be closed. And so those are these CCR, coal combustion residual areas that are closed off. And they take up a lot of land, and we own that land, and they're close to the electrical grid because they're close to where our plants are. And so what we've done at Shawnee, and there's a picture of it on the side there, Shawnee is a fossil plant in Kentucky, and we are using that land to pursue the first of its kind solar generation pilot project, where we're going to put it on the coal ash site that's been closed. And so it's about a 300-acre property that we closed with closure turf, and the technology can clip onto that. And so you basically have panels that sit right on top of that. It looks like AstroTurf. And with that AstroTurf, you don't have to mow it, which, if you're operating a solar plant, you have to get up under those panels to mow it. With this, you don't have to. So we're piloting this. This will bring 100 megawatts of solar to the TVA Valley. It'll be on in the next 3 years. And so if that is something that we can replicate, we will certainly try to do so with the other closed ash ponds that we have. Another area where we didn't own the land, but we've contracted with a developer, it's down in Choctaw County. So there's a project there for about 70 megawatts of solar. It's about 340 acres of land there in Choctaw County, where they were mining for lignite to sell to the Red Hills plant. Well, that company there is reclaiming that mine land and putting solar panels on top of that, and that also will be coming on in the next couple of years. So we're looking for every opportunity we can for brownfield, but if you're looking at 10,000 megawatts, you're not going to find 10,000 megawatts on brownfield. You'll have to get into the greenfield sites. And so that goes to my next question: how does TVA get this land? Well, the answer to that is we don't really. When we go and get land, typically it's owned by the United States on behalf of TVA. And so if you put a federal piece into it, it's really hard to dispose of. And frankly, we don't want to create that big of a footprint and take that much land out of use. And so we've been just doing purchase power agreements with solar developers when they have land rights. And so they're the ones out talking boots on the ground, talking to the farmers and other landowners on whether the landowners want to give up their properties or lease it for a 20-year period or so for solar. And when those developers have the land and propose a good project, then we'll look at it through our solicitation process and we'll just buy the power for it. So TVA does not condemn any of these, this land for solar. We do have condemnation rights, but we certainly don't use them on the solar side. So I'll pause there on the land and see if anyone has questions.
Commissioner Carr, any questions? No, you're covering it really well. Of course, you know, we'll hold the questions till the end, but so far so good. Appreciate your presentation.
Sure. Okay. So if you go to the next slide, we get asked this all the time too. What are the benefits of utility scale solar? And so we have a slide here talking about the general benefits. One is, you know, in the agricultural world, there are farmers that don't want to farm anymore and they want to exercise their own land rights to do what they want with their land. And sometimes that's leasing it out or selling it and getting pay for a solar lease. And so we hear a lot about farmers that enjoy that whole process. Also, as we do solar, we're bringing jobs to the valley. And so not just jobs from creating the solar assets, but a lot of these big companies like Meta and these other data centers, they will only come to the valley if we are able to give them some sustainability targets or goals, power so they can meet those sustainability targets. And so we have this big program called Green Invest where we sell the renewable attributes to them and they can kind of match their usage and they come because of that. And so having enough renewable power in the valley drives economic development all throughout the valley, which is one of TVA's missions as well. Specifically speaking for Mississippi, I pulled some facts here that in red about benefits that some of the solar projects we've signed in Mississippi have brought already to Mississippi. And so in the economic development section, we have a project, it's actually two projects with one developer there, the Golden Triangle 1 and Golden Triangle 2 project. When those both are generating, one is already online, one is expected to come online at the end of this calendar year. But when they are generating for the first year, that will generate $2.5 million of property tax payments just from those two solar farms. For those same projects, Orgis, which is the developer, they contributed by investing locally. And so they were able to provide the refurbishment of a public basketball court by giving $50,000 to Artesia. Also for Artesia, they gave $300,000 to start the local law enforcement unit there. And they also hosted in 21 a back to school fundraiser for school supplies. So we do, you know, as we look at projects and developers to select to work with TVA, we really do tell them that we need you to engage with the community because you're going to be a long-term steward there. If you're going to have a plant there for at least 20 years, we want you to engage and make it beneficial for the community. And with this project, we've seen a little bit of that. So for my last prepared slide, I wanted to share some lessons learned since we've done solar for the last couple of years. So the first thing is not all developers that go out and talk to your constituency actually has a project with TVA. So there are lots of solar developers out there. They're not all the same. They're not equal. Some are very sophisticated and some aren't. They will go out there and try to get as much land control as they can so they can hopefully get a project with a long-term PPA with TVA because that's very lucrative for them. And so they'll go out and contact these landowners and then they will may make it sound like they have a project with TVA. We only sign very few projects and it's usually through a solicitation process that lasts, you know, it's an annual thing. And so just because some of your folks are being contacted, developers, it doesn't mean it's TVA. And so that's something we always want to make sure that if it is a TVA project, it will be public. For TVA solar projects, like I said, we go through a solicitation process. We'll issue an RFP. We'll have developers bid in. It's a very fair but quite lengthy process just to make sure we're getting the right projects. And then because we're federal, we run it through a federal process, the NEPA process, which is an environmental process, and also make sure to protect the environment, cultural compliance, and the tribes there too. And so we go through a whole public process where the local stakeholders can give us their public input. When we do select the developers and the project, we tell them you need to be engaging with the community early and often and make sure that you understand what their concerns are, help educate them, answer any questions, or just take advice from them on how you can mitigate certain things. Like there's a lot of people that don't want to see it. How do you set up a buffer? Go through the permitting process. And we tell them TVA can help on both sides for the local people as well as the developers. TVA has a government relations arm and external relations, and you all probably know Amy Tate, but she can help, kind of facilitate those conversations. And the final thing that we say is just all stakeholders, because, these solar projects are going to affect our communities, should educate themselves on what solar is and isn't, and the benefits and also the hardships that come with it. And there's a lot of information out there. And so you just got to sift through and make sure you're looking at the right ones that aren't just falling on political lines. But there is a lot of information, and maybe even the PSC has some information that y'all can provide. I know that Tennessee is looking at having some uniform standards for maybe permitting and setbacks and things like that. But just getting out and looking for that, and also reaching out to TVA if we can help answer any questions. So with that, that is the end of my presentation, but I'm happy to talk about anything else that y'all are interested in.
Great, good presentation. I do have a few questions. So, does TVA have the guidelines that they have the developers follow as far as you alluded to, beautification, trees around the generation facility, setbacks from property lines and things like that? Do you have a set of rules and regulations that y'all go by as far as the TVA Valley?
Yeah, we have a lot of rules actually. So we go through what I've called the NEPA, the environmental protection. And so we do that whole environmental review, and it contains cultural compliance and other things too. So we look at that whole property, and if there are wetlands or endangered species or tribal things that we don't want to disturb, even if they have all of that land control, we say you cannot disturb these areas. And when we sign a contract with you to buy power from you, we're going to make sure that you mitigated and complied with all these restrictions. And then we also have interconnection requirements too. So they have to interconnect in the way that we say is the most safe and reliable for the power system. So yes, we look into that and make sure. But when it comes to local permitting, we don't prescribe that. That is up to the developer to follow the local rules. And sometimes there aren't, what we're seeing is there are not necessarily local rules that address solar yet. And so when county commissions, they start hearing about it, they will maybe reach out to us or others to say, what are the best practices? What are you seeing out there? And then there's things like moratoriums that are passed that, people just don't want solar in the community. So they'll say, we are passing a requirement that it has to have a 200 or a 2,000 foot setback, and that just kills solar. So, it's not uniform yet. I think it will be at some point, just because solar is going to be increasing in volume. But those are the restrictions that TVA puts on. It's really through the NEPA process.
And when you have a development like that, you alluded to the end of life and reclamation of the property at the end of life of the solar generation facility. Do y'all have a plan for recycling? Is that stated in some of your contracts, or and do you have any kind of plans to address that?
So we're working with EPRI to come up with some best practices for end of life. But again, TVA is just purchasing the power and the renewable attributes. So it really is up to the developer to work with the landowner to get that back to at least the way they found it, or, recycling the panels and things like that. We don't require that, but we are looking at that as we do more solar, of what are the best practices.
And of the 100,000 acres, I know it's estimated, the 100,000 acres that you anticipate that you will need to get to the goal. I know it's probably hard to guesstimate, but how much would you estimate would be brownfield versus greenfield?
Oh, gosh. Very little of that will be brownfield so far. I mean, that's what we're seeing of the 4,000 megawatts that we have under contract or operating. Only 2 of those projects are brownfield.
Gotcha. And the exciting part that we'll say is that looks like TVA's commissioned one of their first SMRs. That's exciting news.
Yeah, we're looking at nuclear as part of our clean energy evolution as well. So yes, we're very excited about that.
Do you foresee that if the nuclear project goes well, that it would reduce the amount of solar footprint that you plan to have?
Yeah, I don't know if I can speak to that. I do know we are doing an IRP right now. The last one we did is in 2019, but it kind of establishes the different future needs, our generation needs, and under different scenarios, and that'll be coming out in the next couple of months as a draft. And so that may, help us understand what will be needed in the future. But I do know that solar, just because it is a proven technology and it still remains really cheap compared to some of the other carbon-free generation resources, that solar is still, something that we're pursuing.
We do have some folks in the audience that are in the TVA service area. If they are
sure.
In conversation, or if there's a solar generator that's going close to their property, do y'all kind of help come in and educate and help give resources, or do y'all have anybody that does that?
Yeah, we do. So like I said, we do. We can come, and if they get with our external relations, government relations team there, Amy Tate, we do have an integrated stakeholder engagement plan just dealing with all our different generation sources. So we have one just for solar, just for nuclear, And so, yes, we have a lot of materials that we can help educate, and happy to come speak there too. If it's a developer that we have a project with, we would probably want them to go and do the same thing and just have an open door policy with the people, the locals.
Sure. Okay. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Carr, you recognize.
So you was talking about putting solar fields in coal ash areas. So when your nuclear reactors come online, will they be able to go into that spot?
Well, so for the places that we've closed our coal plants, we are looking at what we can do in those areas. And in some of them, we've issued environmental statements to go out to the public too, so people can give us input. But they talk about what generation sources will be put back there. And sometimes they're, gas plants plus solar plus a battery. I haven't seen any with, a nuclear project on it. So, we study the impacts of whatever's going to go there. And so for the one that I'm talking about, we specifically studied, when they closed down Shawnee, what could we put there? And we studied it for solar. And so that's how we made the decision on Shawnee, that solar can certainly go there. And it's not anticipated that a nuclear plant will go there.
Typically, when you're putting in your solar fields, how much transmission line on average are you having to build?
Well, that's the tricky part. It depends on the project and how big it is and how far away it is from the transmission lines and how much available capacity we even have in that area. And so that is the hardest, I would say the biggest challenge today of getting solar online is the interconnection process. It used to take, 2 to 4 years, maybe 5 years to bring on a solar project. Now we're like 6 to 9. And that's not unique to TVA. It's all across the nation because, transmission used to be built like a highway, just straight across, and your plants were right there. But now as you get to distributed energy resources, they're all over the place. And so you're basically having to build off, and connect to them. And so it's taken a long time to do that for all of, utility companies. And so it really just depends. And we look at that. What is the cost of interconnecting this, bringing it close enough to connect to the grid? And if it's really expensive, then it's probably not going to be an economic project for us.
So typically, is that a 1 mile within your solar field? Within
I
1
mean,
mile?
it really depends on, it depends on the project. It spans various lengths.
And Ying, you may not know the answer to this, but with all the solar panels, I know there is a concern about recycling, and that's been a common theme today. Do you think that TVA being quasi-government would start to possibly lead the charge in recycling these solar panels?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we're, like I said, working with EPRI on the best practices, and we are also doing a lot of projects where First Solar is the manufacturer of the panels because they are onshore. And so they're American panels. And so they have a recycling program. And so they basically recycle it. Whoever takes their panels, they have a way to recycle those. And they use a lot of those same components and rebuild new ones. We're also hopeful that with technology evolution, that you can use these panels for longer than you can today. And so they'll have a longer life. We currently contract for 20 years, but we know today that it's more like a 30 to 40 year lifespan on those solar panels. And we hope that, after 20 years, if we still need this power, that we can just extend that contract for the life of those panels. But yes, we are definitely working with other agencies to figure that out.
You mind taking a few questions from the audience?
Sure.
Okay. And any questions? Rachel, going on. Yeah. Yes. Ying, do you have any contact information for the locals? I just need to get with Amy on the local engagement as far as the solar fields and stuff.
Amy would be the best, but I can provide mine to Rachel, and I'll provide Amy's if y'all don't have Amy's already.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, first question. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon. I'm Vince Stewart, and I'm the CEO of Mississippi Energy Developers, a home-based Mississippi solar development company. Working? Can you hear me? Okay. All right. And is your first name pronounced Ying?
That's correct.
Okay. Ying, regarding the 10,000 megawatts of new solar that you're bringing online in the TVA area, how much of that 10,000 megawatt, what percentage of that is bundled with battery? You know?
We only have 150 paired with storage at this point. So and those 3 projects happen to be in Mississippi, and we just commissioned the first utility scale battery on the TVA system in May, and that was 50 megawatts down at Golden Triangle 2. And so, yes, only 50 as of now have we signed for storage. So 3 projects with 50 megawatts of battery each. We're continuing to look for storage though, and actually we're considering one right now that has a lot more storage than that.
So it's a very small percentage. That said, with this 10,000 megawatts of solar and some energy storage coming online over the next decade, how many fossil units, whether it be coal or gas or oil, is it going to displace? How many of units that's dependent on fossil fuel you'll retire in this time frame?
So we're not going to, solar's not going to displace any of it. So as we retire coal plants, we have a plan on what the energy mix looks like going forward. And like I said earlier, we want it to be affordable, but reliable and clean. And so all these factors go into it. And we have an enterprise planning group, and that develops our resource and asset plan for the next 5 to 10 years. And solar is just a part of it. But I wouldn't say that solar, which is an intermittent resource, can replace, megawatt for megawatt a coal unit.
Just a couple more questions.
So it has to be in the totality. Mm-hmm.
Just a couple more questions. With these solar plants, these new solar plants coming on, connecting to these are utility scale, 20 megawatts or greater. Did I hear that correctly earlier in your presentation?
Well, I mean, I would say 50 to 75 megawatts or above is what I think of as utility scale, because I mean, we're signing them up to 200 megawatts. But I mean, again, we have one that's 16 megawatts, you know, but the ones I deal with are typically larger.
Okay, so at this scale, are you building new substations or trying to utilize the existing substations at some of these plants that you have retired? And are you having to also upgrade the bulk transmission network in the area where these solar sites are being constructed?
Yes, to pretty much all of that. So it depends on the project, the available capacity at where that project's located, and what network upgrades are going to be required to interconnect it. Network upgrades, however, take resources that and budget, and so it depends on how much that's going to cost, and that's going to affect the economics of the project, and also the timing of it. Because for us right now, we need capacity, and we're looking for projects that can come on as soon as possible, because that's valuable to us. So if it's going to be a project that's going to take 9 years to come on, because it has so much network upgrades that have to be done to interconnect it, it's probably not going to be a good project for us. But yes, we would like to use existing infrastructure to the extent we can, but realistically, sometimes you can't. And we're looking to invest in regions where, if it's going to be a place that we need to open up transmission capacity wise, we're willing to invest in it if you can, get more bang for your buck there for solar or other generation resources.
Just one more, and it's not a question, it's more of a statement, and that is, here today in this summit, I am witnessing a lot of the presentations where a lot of the developers or builders of solar at the bulk level are leaning toward your typical traditional tracking solar arrays. And these typical solar arrays that we see that's up on a nice pole, and they tilt and they track north and south, sometimes east and west, they take up a lot of real estate. There is another, for example, a 100 megawatt solar array can occupy about 640 acres of land. It's a lot of property. There is a new technology out there where you place the solar panels flat on the ground. They're 6 inches off the ground, and they're connected to one another. It's like putting together a Lego set, almost. And you can put 100 megawatts in service on half the land requirements, 300 acres instead of 640, 300. So we are finding at our company, Mississippi Energy Developers, we are finding a lot of farm communities, school communities on 16th section land are very interested in this technology, because we're not using all of their land. There's still land left in reserve for them to do agriculture, hunting, other activities. So if you would like to learn more about that technology, see me. And Ms. Ying, again, my name is Vince Stewart of Mississippi Energy Developers, and look forward to having a follow-up conversation with you after this meeting. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you. And can I respond to that? And then,
Yes. Yes,
so that lay flat technology is what I'm talking about that we're doing at our coal ash at Shawnee. So it's lay flat high density panels. But again, I think the key there, it does take up less space, but you have to be able to get under it to mow it. And here we don't have to mow it because it's closed ash. And it's on turf. So yes, we are interested in those type of technologies too. And I wanted to also mention for everybody, there's other ways to keep the land. If you have solar panels, we have some projects where they have sheep going under and grazing. And so instead of mowing, they have agrivoltaics basically. And so you can do solar, plus you can do a little bit of agriculture. So those are just new technologies that are out there.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm not with any particular company. I'm just curious about something. I live in the Raymond area, and we have, can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
So we have learned that a lot of the solar contracts are, the energy that's produced is going to sort of a clearinghouse or a grid or whatever, and then it's bid upon to use. So I was just wondering, does the TVA make arrangements to buy their own power from these facilities and they get it directly. There's no middleman, no clearinghouse. They're just making their own arrangements, and I was just curious about that.
I'm not familiar with the facility in Raymond, but I know that Mr. Brown's here from MISO. Some of that does go into an RTO, which it does not necessarily stay in Mississippi. A lot of it stays here, but I don't know what percentage does. But that we are a member of MISO, so again, I'm not familiar with Raymond and where that's going. I know up in our area, a lot of private purchase agreements up in North Mississippi are contracted through Walmart or Amazon that wants those assets to claim that they're green or carbon neutral. So a lot of those plants are dedicated to those particular facilities. I'm just not familiar with what their particular power purchase agreement is with. But Commissioner Stamps may know.
We have some folks from MISO who are here who can explain MISO and their relationship with Mississippi.
Mr. Brown, you mind?
You can probably stand up, come to the mic. Just come on up to the microphone.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? Daryl Brown with MISO. I'm the executive director for South Region. As far as MISO is concerned, it goes through a generation interconnection queue process for us, right? That process is a three-step process. We talked about that most recently, I believe our team did, through a definitive process that takes 3 steps. So it would not be a direct relationship, I guess, to answer your question. It would have to go through that new generation owner.
Explain a little bit about MISO, what it is, and so the public understand the relationship that MISO has with Mississippi.
Okay, that's better? Too loud now. All right, so as far as MISO is concerned, the way I would explain it is we're the air traffic controller of the grid, right? We don't own any assets, right? So when you talk about Entergy, they're a member of MISO. That's the largest member here in this state. Cooperative Energy is another one that's a member. But they own the transmission, they own the generation. We just manage it. From a market perspective, long-range transmission perspective, that's our role.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Appreciate you doing that. Any other questions for Ms. Aliff at TVA? No other questions? Ms. Aliff, great job. I appreciate your presentation and what you do for the TVA Valley. And keep Amy Tate straight.
Thank you so much. I'll do that.
She does a great
Thank you so
job.
much for the opportunity.
We're glad to have her in Mississippi. She does a great
Yeah.
job. Thank you so much for your presentation.
She's
and
great
your
for
time.
us, too. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, that was our last presenter. I know through the process, those that were here all day understand that when we started this journey this morning, we knew there were a lot of questions, and we still have a lot of questions. So what our commitment is we're going to continue to dig in and try to find the answers to the questions that we all have. What does it mean? What kind of regulation do we need? What kind of offsets? What kind of line of sight regulations should we have in the state to protect our land values, our landowners, and the farmland? So all those questions are out there, and we're going to commit to trying to find the answers. And as we find them, we'll come back around and share them. I have a feeling this isn't our last exploratory summit to try to find answers. Hopefully, we can follow up from the questions with the answers. So again, we had a great slate of presenters. I personally learned a whole lot, not only from them, but from the audience, not only in the room, but in the halls and outside. So we're here to hear from you. You can contact us on our website or any of us directly. We thank you for your input. We thank you for your interest in renewables and in solar specifically. And commissioners, you have any closing statements?
First, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out. We have a break in a few minutes, and then we're going to open up for discussion. We're just going to do it all together. Okay. Well, we can move right on to the discussion. I want to hear from the public. We've heard a lot of information put their way. I want to hear more from them. Back.
Any questions?
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Walt Van Zant from Raymond, and I really appreciate
you gentlemen hosting this meeting. I was actually sitting at home watching the first part of this on YouTube this morning. I'd kind of made up in my mind not to show up, but the type of discussion that you're allowing and the questions that you're fielding, I really appreciate. And I think that's the only way you're going to get the answers that you need in moving forward. So just a couple questions. Number one, who is the final authority in the state of Mississippi on the construction of a utility scale solar farm? Who at the end of the day says yes, no?
I'll let Ross answer that.
Issue a certificate of, or the solar developer would petition the Public Service Commission for a certificate of public convenience and necessity, at which point then the commission would review that filing.
Okay. So I'm assuming there is a vetting / decision-making process for the construction of a utility scale farm, solar farm, beginning with, maybe we heard from the contracting where they have to receive a license. I know they have to go through various agencies, county agencies, state agencies. Is that in writing anywhere that could be provided to the public so that we could see that and understand that better?
So I think for purposes of, again, a utility scale solar petition, so once that petition is made by the solar developer, again, it comes to the commission, the Mississippi Public Utility Staff, which is a separate agency. There's some, their members or staff members are here today. They actually conduct that kind of technical review that you're mentioning. They issue data requests, which is discovery, asking questions about where is the facility, proximity of other, churches, houses, what's the off-put of the energy, who is it going to? Is it a purchase power agreement with the Tennessee Valley Authority? Is it a solar facility that's going to sell into the MISO market? Is it a petition made by one of the rate-regulated utilities, Entergy or Mississippi Power Company? So they conduct a review and ultimately make a recommendation to the commission, at which point it's heard. Pursuant to state statute, petitions to build an electric generating facility require that a public hearing be had. So a hearing would be had on a petition at that point. So that's kind of the process. For purposes of an kind of an insight into that, I think we could probably, if you wanted to call the Central District or me, I mean, we could point you to a previous docket, right, that you could look at, okay, this is the petition, ask for the data requests that were asked to kind of have more insight into what the review looks like. But that's the process kind of in a nutshell.
Okay, so I guess to sum that up, there's not anything in writing that you could hand to somebody to say, here's the process.
I mean, I could,
saying there is.
I mean, I think you could make a public records request for all the data requests issued in 2018. I mean, or we could, I mean, that's the process. I don't know what.
So where I'm going with this is, I think there's a common understanding here today. We've got a lot of holes, a lot of answers that we need filled concerning the construction of utility scale solar farms. My concerns are for the citizens that live in proximity to those solar farms, not necessarily the people that are going to lease them or that type of thing. When I started the process, I've been to several of these meetings. And again, this is the first one, I think, where you have really allowed it and fielded some questions. Other than Commissioner Stamps had a meeting back in Brandon, I think back in June. Did a great job there, and I appreciate that. But from the other end of it, I went from an information meeting to a zoning planning meeting to a board of supervisors meeting, and then and now here. In all those, up to this point, I experienced a very slim margin for the people that actually live in those areas to be able to have a voice in the process. Very constrained, very limited, more of ask a question, not a lot of discussion type thing. As you talk about moving forward, answering those questions, wouldn't it make sense to have people like the Mississippi Department of Environmental Quality sitting in here? Wouldn't it make sense to have, even though they're, 80 counties, so you're gonna have a lot of different board of supervisors. Wouldn't it make sense to have the chairman of a board of supervisors in here, or the director of zoning and planning? Because a lot of this is also affected by who writes the zoning codes for those counties. What does that look like? I'm saying that, and you've asked the question, I've heard you ask to several of the speakers, do you have almost a go-by, or do you have some of that information? I know the state of Kansas has 14 counties that either have banned or have restricted the construction of utility-scale solar farms. And that's just an example. There are several states. There's a lot of almost paste type information that you could at least begin a process to answer some of those questions. I'm unsure what the Board of Supervisors says about it, and the Planning and Zoning Committee for Hinds County has, compared to what you say as the Public Services Commissions and and how the Mississippi Department of Environmental Quality, there are a lot of players, and it just seems like it would be a smart thing to get those players in the same room when you're talking about how do we answer some of these questions.
I appreciate your comments, and again, like we start, this is the first step. So again, all three of us are new to the job, so we want to know as much as we can and try to get as much information to you as we can. Like I said, we don't want to hide anything. We'll tell you everything we know. And Ms. Aliff actually mentioned that the state of Tennessee is having some of these same growing pains, and they're looking at some statewide regulations to say, what does it look like for the homeowner? How far away from property, the way I understood where she was saying. But so those are some things that we have to answer. Should there be a standard process to go through? There's not now. Not the concrete, like Ross said, that we can just put step by step, because it is a lot of local control. The supervisors in the counties, they make quite a bit of tax money off those leases, so it behooves them to try to move that forward. Can't speak to any one of the other. I know we have some in the Northern District that we're looking at, and some of the constituents are here. We've talked to them. We're trying to help get the answers that they want on that specific facility too, because with sunlight, there's wisdom, and we're not going to hide anything. We're going to try to let you know everything we know, because we don't want to have a gotcha or surprise down the road that we all find out to later at the last minute. So our goal is to try to answer all these questions that we can. So I appreciate your input.
And, for the sake of this meeting, sunlight's the best detergent.
Amen.
And that's a little pun on the play of words of this meeting, but Mississippi has a gap. There shouldn't be 82 counties doing 82 different things. There should be some overarching state law with guidance to the local government of this is what some guidance you should do and adopt in your county, which was a lacking in the federal legislation. You can't do $1 trillion with the federal incentives, send it down to the states. Of course, people are going to jump on it, but without guidance of how to structure your state regulation, how to structure your county regulation, that's how I feel that federal legislation was a little incomplete. And so now, hopefully, with these series of meetings over the course of the water, the solar, the nuclear, the natural gas, these summits that we're having over the course of this fall, we can get to the legislative session next January and really craft, okay, what needs the solar? What needs our nuclear? What needs our natural gas? And there's even some growing efforts for propane, so that we can help our policymakers write some legislation to give us some framework so it won't be in the wild, wild west. But in the meantime, I don't want for solar developers and other people of economic interest to take advantage of the loosely stitched rules to put us in a long-term bind in the future. So we got to make all of this work. And, some people are pro-solar, some people are anti-solar. I'm more prudent solar. Everything we do, we should just be prudent in how we do it and measure the cost before we do it and make sure we're putting good rules in place. So that's where I'm here and my position on it.
I echo what Commissioner Stamp said. He and I both served in the House together, and we've had keen interest from our former legislative colleagues in this and in water. How do we make government work better for you? That's our goal. How do we make it work better for you? We're an all-the-above approach, but like Commissioner Stamp said, we need to be prudent to make sure that we move forward in the best way possible, knowing all the information that we can get. And sunlight is the best disinfectant. That's why we decided to have this, and I appreciate you recognizing us, filled in questions, because we don't know all the answers, but we do want to hear from you and what your questions are. Then we can go corporately try to find the answer. So I do think it's a little bit, that there has to be some sort of framework moving forward. What does that framework look like? Well, this is the first step, again, to try to get to that. We have to identify the problem, and then how can we fix it, and then craft a path forward together to solve that, where everybody moves forward together. Commissioner Carr? Oh, another question?
Hey, Commissioners, I just want to make some comments. I don't know if we can come up there, or you just want to do it from right here?
You're fine.
All right.
We can hear you.
Yeah, all right, well, good. Hey, I appreciate the opportunity. I know it's a lot of questions, a lot of information to try to be shared and understood throughout all this, and certainly had a lot of good presentations. I appreciate everybody coming today, and it's good to see Miss Lee there and the information she brought forth about building code issues. Ms. Stephanie mentioned that, just real quick, kind of the challenges we all have here. She said the state of Mississippi has a building code, but not really. There is one in statute. Ms. Stephanie, what year is that from? But the one in statute.
So to answer the
From
question.
1975.
No, people
I
can't.
mean, that goes to show we have a 49-year-old building code that we've been trying to modernize, and it just goes to
Well,
the sounds we have.
let me end, nobody could hear her, so just for the folks listening. In 2022, there was an effort to have a uniform building code around the state, but it did have an opt-out. So a lot of counties opted out, and so effectively, there's really no building codes. Is that right, Ms.? Pretty much.
In those areas.
Right. So just for those listening, in 2014, and they gave the opportunity for a lot of folks to opt out of building codes, and a lot of counties did.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to make just reflected the challenges we have at all levels of government trying to modernize the way we do things, and I get that. And that was just an example that came out that I think needed expanded on, because I know it was brought up with folks in the room about the concerns they have about oversight, and I get it. But just a couple, there some questions came up throughout the morning through Commissioner Gibson and others, and I wanted a chance to at least try to identify or answer some of those if possible. And I may just jump right to the back of my comments, starting with the big question is, how does this impact Mississippi? What does this look like? What kind of acres are we talking about being impacted? We actually rank 37th in the nation as far as the amount of solar that's installed here in the state of Mississippi. Our 4 neighboring states actually have more solar installed and on the ground in operation than we do. So the perception that we just have all this solar just coming up everywhere and the timescales for development, it's misleading, I think. But right now, if anybody knows me, I've been tracking these numbers for the last 10, 15 years or more. In Mississippi, we currently have in operation 5,800 acres under solar. Solar farms actually occupy 0.056% of our agricultural lands. That's 10.3 million acres of ag land we have in the state, in addition to the 19 plus million acres we have of forestry. So I know that all states are certainly expecting to see the growth of clean energy development, even here in Mississippi. To date, the Public Service Commission has approved 3,102 megawatts of solar capacity with another 445 megawatts under review. Of course, these projects, you know, there's still some that have been made public but have not yet come before the commission. But if all projects approved and under review are ultimately built, still only 0.22% of all land, agricultural land, will be impacted, be approximately 23,000 acres across the state. You know, these projects total more than $4.5 billion in private sector investments in Mississippi, leading to millions of dollars of local revenues to public schools and county budgets to improve local infrastructure, as well as the millions in leases payments to landowners that will continue to be reinvested throughout communities here in the state of Mississippi. So you also have millions of dollars paid to local contractors who will provide a range of services and products before, during, and after construction. Now, even though Mississippi has a population been hanging there about 3 million people for the last, I don't know how many years, Mississippi has already lost well over 1.1 million acres of farmland in the past 15 years, and that has not been due to solar. But there's just so many issues, and it's very complex, and I'm well aware of that. And we do need some type of consistent type of review from county to county. And folks may not realize it, but there is a large chunk of money sitting here in the state of Mississippi in a certain agency that creates a framework, a tool for counties to use, the questions to ask, the issues to investigate, how to go about in public participation and bringing stakeholders all together from many different agencies, backgrounds, organizations, et cetera, to have these conversations on a county-by-county level. And we got to get that tool moving forward. And I'm certainly interested in helping to provide that service and provide that opportunity and work with others in doing that. So it's not like we're ignoring or anybody's ignoring a problem. There is a tool out there in place, or a tool out there that needs to be put in place, and we certainly want to help move with that. Willing to work with all the agencies out there, but just want to make sure real quick, I know you want to take it from me, just any other points. And just one I want to reinforce is Mississippi's generation mix. Natural gas is 75 or 76% of our energy generation mix. Nuclear 16, coal 5, biomass 2, solar 1. And believe it or not, we'll now have wind beginning to show up on our generation mix with the implementation of Delta Wind this year. But I just want to make that, you know, this is Mississippi, and we are fairly dependent on a single resource. And just want to make sure that we understand when you have volatility in fuel prices like we did August 2022, what impact that has on budgets, households, and businesses. And diversification certainly helps. And I just want to make sure we continue to emphasize a stable, homegrown, cost-effective set of resources here in the state. Appreciate it.
We're going to, just questions now. I think it was more of statements now. We need to hear from.
Question. Who has a question?
No, we need to hear.
From people who are not selling solar panels. Who has a question?
Any other questions from? We're turning into an infomercial, so that's.
Right. I want to make sure I know gentlemen that have had comments to make, but I want to make sure our citizens who came, who got questions, who are not necessarily I want to make sure all the citizens who got a question get to ask their question.
Any citizens have a question?
This is an infomercial. This is not an infomercial.
Okay, all right. Just talk loud into it.
No, this isn't going to be an infomercial. But I did come here to learn, listen and learn, and I've learned a lot today. I learned what, you three new commissioners are doing, attempting to do, and your vision on the solar. I'm going to set this up, though, to kind of so people know where I'm going with my ask, and it's an ask of you.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, I've been in this industry 42 years, all sides of it, nuclear, fossil, hydro, wind, and solar. Now, solar, we've talked about it all day today. I am big in solar. I'm a developer in solar. But it's an old technology. You've heard me today talk about, what are you bundling it with? You've heard me talk about batteries. That's the future of solar. And this is my ask of the commission. And this ask is being able to bring the developers, the utilities, yourself to a table, the stakeholders, and being able to lay out a plan to, lay out a long-term renewable plan where we can bundle solar with batteries as well as energy storage, and we have an entire 24/7, 365 renewable energy generation program. Okay, and this can be done here. Mississippi has got a great natural resource all over the state with these salt domes. Okay, those salt domes can store energy that can be used to fuel a turbine. Okay, and we're looking. My company's looking into this. So these technologies will be the future of moving solar forward with a bundled entity such as battery and energy storage. But to do this, we're going to need you guys involved. You know, Mr. Stamps, Mr. Brown, Mr. Carr, Commissioner Stamps, Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Carr. Sorry about that. And to be able to pull this together and also identify you guys know in reality, when you bring something to the table, someone is going to ask the question. If not directly, they will ask this question indirectly. The question is, what's in it for me? That's a fair question in business. What's in it for me? What am I going to get from it if we do this? We got to figure out if there can be some type of subsidies, tax incentives, tax credits for these people to come here, developers, contractors, whomever, to be able to build these things and bring a more advanced renewable energy product to the state of Mississippi. Okay? That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
I'm Tammy Vincent from Raymond. There's no question there's an ungodly amount of money involved in this. So I understand the money side, and to be honest, I'm not anti-solar. I love what Commissioner Stamps said. I'm prudent solar. I think we've got to look at other avenues. Yes, I like a lot of different avenues. I don't think we can be dependent on one. However, I don't want to see us go so hard in one, because there is so much money in this right now, that we lose what we are in Mississippi, and that is our environment. I want to know, we've asked for environmental impact studies, not an environmental assessment. We know the solar companies do environmental assessments, which simply tell them, is this going to work for us? You wouldn't be here if it wasn't working for you. We need to know how this is going to impact us. How is it going to impact our environment? So I'm hoping and praying that you guys, when you start looking at it, or the people who bring you the recommendation, that those people will look and say, they're expensive. I know they are. But the expense to our children is immeasurable. Our children live in Texas. They don't want to come to Mississippi. They say, when we want to come to Mississippi later, when we've raised our children. But right now, they're looking at it in Texas and saying, maybe we need to relook at this because it's big, it's growing. We love Mississippi. We love that you can hunt. We love that you can fish. We love that you've got people who care about each other. An environmental impact assessment will tell us, yes, this is going to help us, or it is going to make you a lot of money. You're going to lose this. And so we are hopeful that you will work with the Forestry Commission, the Department of Environmental Quality, Water, Soil, that all of those commissions, it will not be just one. It will not just be the Energy Department that says, yeah, or the energy committees that say this, but that we'll all have to work together, because we do want Mississippi to grow, but we don't want it to become what sadly we are known across the country as being backwards or whatever. They don't know us. They don't know. Well, then why do people move here? Because it's a wonderful, my husband spent 33 years in the military. We could have lived anywhere. We chose Mississippi. It's the absolute best place in the world to live, to raise our children, and we'd like to see it continue to be that way.
Thank you. Thank you. We would too.
There's another young man right in the front. Please say your name as well, sir.
My name's Harry McBride, and my wife and I live in the Tupelo area. And there's going to be one, hopefully not, but there's going to be one in my backyard. And Mr. Stamps brought up something that really I'm more concerned about right now is they're in the process of getting this thing going, and I'm afraid it's going to get locked into a bad deal before, we get some restrictions nailed down. And I'm not against solar. I really like the idea of the, I think it's called the Red Hills Mine in Ackerman, using, that property they got that really couldn't be used for anything else. I like stuff like that, but my big deal is that I'm afraid, for the lack of time, we're gonna get locked into a deal that's not gonna be good before we get some answers to some of this stuff.
Just so anybody that's impacted can intervene in the process. And Ross, can you explain a little more how to intervene or what that means?
Right, so obviously hypothetically, because we're not talking about any real facility here.
Right.
But when a petition comes, parties have 20 days to file a motion to intervene. Anybody can show that they have a substantial interest in the outcome of the proceeding. And at that point, once that individual has party status, they can fully participate in the proceeding, issue their own discovery, data request, ask questions, cross-examine witnesses. So there's a participation vehicle here at the commission for any proceeding before it. I just want to clarify that.
So anybody that has any questions about, if it gets to the commission, so if it's in front of the commission, we have hearings on those projects. And so if it impacts you, and if it's in and around you and impacts you directly, you can intervene in that process and ask, the way I understand, ask any questions that you want, and they will be under oath to answer those questions correctly. So
From the date that it's filed at the commission?
So all of our filings are public. So if it's filed and you see a filing, of course, it'll be on the website or it'll be in this docket room if it's filed. So it's 20 days from that filing. And again, we're going to be as transparent as we can. We want the input because it is most people in this room, we're all Mississippi neighbors. And I appreciate your statements. We agree. A lot of us could live anywhere we want to, but we choose Mississippi because of it is the best place in the world to live, in my opinion, or I wouldn't be here. So very, very thankful for the state we live in and our neighbors. Any other constituent input, questions? Comments, Commissioner Stamps, Commissioner Carr?
I just want to end up by saying thank everybody for coming today. Hopefully this gets us to a space of being more prudent and to get some overarching state guidance put together so that 82 counties aren't doing 82 different things. There's some framework in place so that we can have a process so everybody can know these processes, know you can do this, you can't do that. This is what the right-of-way needs to look like. This is what the buffer is on. All that is the goal for doing this. We've had several legislators here. I've had about a half a dozen of them who've been tuning in to the Zoom call, or not the Zoom, to the YouTube link, just to get an understanding. And we'll put our heads together and offer some recommendations so we can have some structure in this whole process. Again, so just we can be prudent. As we go to the next hearing, is going to be on, what's the next hearing? Propane?
I think it is, yeah.
So propane will be coming up next, and then we'll have a nuclear hearing and go forward with all the areas that we regulate. I appreciate Commissioner Brown and Carr for putting these together. because it's important that we have good discussions and make sure we're going to where we need to go to, where we have all input from everybody involved. And like the young man said about getting the stakeholders together to craft some structure, I'm all for that, because we can't have unstructured government, in order to effectuate change. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Stamps. Commissioner Carr?
Yes, I perfectly agree that it's we the people, and that's the way we stand. We want your voices heard, your questions to be answered. Sometimes the question, as I've experienced with my dad when he was alive, I'm going to give you the answer. You may not like it, but at least you'll get an answer. And you may give us a comment back, and we're all working together. Let's always remember that. One of the things that I think that it hasn't been touched on today is that we have some energy companies that are here today, and they do all the transmission and distribution, and we need to thank those folks. They're part of this process. They're part of this solar, their generation that's coming online. They have to be in that process, and we have to hear their voice. And I thank them for being here today. And they're very important to our state. If I go back to Texas for a second, the part of the problem that happened in Texas is they had generation. But when it started falling off, and we had gas generation, do you know what turns the pumps that pumps the gas? It's electricity. So when it started falling over there, it fell completely. And this year, I don't know if it was mentioned, they were 9% in April from going blackout. It's a very big problem with the data that's coming in crypto mining. I mean, they're coming into our state. We have to put those folks, businesses coming into our area, and we have to take all of that in consideration. And it's a lot to process, I promise you. We struggle with it. It's there. And we also have to struggle taking care of our citizens. And that's what's important to us here. Trust me, we think about it daily. It's on our minds constantly. But let us also remember that we are still we the people. And as we're together, we cannot be broken. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carr. Commissioner Stamps had a few more statements.
And one more comment. This reminds me of, I've been in these government kind of tug of wars a lot over the years. When I was at the city level, we were in a similar war. You know, there was ride sharing happening all over the country. You could land in Atlanta, pick your phone up, dial up a Lyft or an Uber, and get to your hotel. Well, you couldn't do that in Mississippi when I was on the city council in Jackson years ago. And we had to do that same tug of war. The taxi cab companies just swore up and down that we were just going to end public transportation as we know it. And then you had citizens who wanted a service that was widely available in the rest of the world. And we sat down and crafted the first Uber law that became the state template. And now it's common. You pick your phone up, you can't get a ride, you call Uber. Well, it wasn't that the case before. And so hopefully we can get through this minefield of putting some statewide framework when it comes to solar and these other industries so that we can navigate it where it turns out to be something good for all parties involved. So that's my goal.
Thank you, Commissioner Stamps, Commissioner Carr. I also want to thank my colleagues for helping initiate to get this together. Our collective staffs, we couldn't do it without y'all. Couldn't do it without the staff here in Jackson or in our field offices. They help us bring all this together. And thanks to all the presenters that presented the sides. What brought us all here, and I won't belabor the point, but what brought us here is when all three of us are new, we first started, it's the comments and questions we have from you. That's what drove us to have these summits and these meetings. What we're hearing in our office on our day-to-day basis is why we're here. It was those questions, the why. What happens if this? What are we going to do about that? We take our charge in our election very seriously that we are here to serve you. The first two words in our name is public service. I tell our people all the time, which Will laughs at me because I did it at Rotary the other day. I said, you know, the first two words in our name is public service. If somebody calls and they want to know what the weather is tomorrow, Google the weather and tell them. Just Google the weather and tell them. So we're here to serve you. You are our bosses. You are the ones that kind of help us give us what we need to continue to chase the answers to your questions. So our commitment is we're going to continue to have this open dialogue. We're going to continue to shine sunlight because it is the best disinfectant. We're going to let you know everything we know. We're going to continue to chase for the truth and the facts. And when we find them, we're going to share them. And together we'll go forward as a people, as one Mississippi. So thank y'all so much for attending. Thank you for your questions and good attendance. And with that, we'll stand adjourned.